Before the first light touches the Nile, before the birds fully begin their morning songs, there is a quiet presence waiting in the darkness. It is not a person, and not a place. It is a way of life. A life shaped by soft scratching sounds on papyrus. By careful hands holding reed pens. By long hours of stillness, patience, and quiet attention. If someone were to sit beside that stillness long enough, they might begin to understand something simple and enduring. Not the loud moments of history, not the grand monuments, but the slow and steady rhythm that allowed everything else to exist. And so, without hurry, the story begins. The morning air is cool. It moves gently through narrow streets made of packed earth, brushing along walls of sun-dried mud brick. These homes are simple, close together, built in ways that hold both warmth and shade. The world is quiet enough that even small movements feel noticeable. Inside one of these homes, a young boy stirs. He does not wake all at once. His eyes open slowly, adjusting to the dim blue light that enters through a small opening high in the wall. For a few moments, he remains still, listening. There is a soft sound of someone moving nearby. The faint clink of pottery. The low murmur of a voice speaking in the next room. The boy sits up. He knows what the day will bring. He has known for many days now. He is learning to become a scribe. The floor beneath him is cool. As he stands, his bare feet press gently against it. The air still holds a trace of the night's calm, but already there is a sense that the warmth will come later, slowly building as the sun rises higher. He moves quietly, careful not to disturb the peaceful rhythm of the house. In the main room, a small oil lamp flickers. It is not bright, but it is enough. His father sits nearby, already awake. The older man's posture is relaxed, but there is something steady in the way he holds himself. He, too, is a scribe. His work is not loud. It does not draw attention in the way that great buildings or large gatherings might. But it is constant. It is necessary. It is trusted. The boy watches him for a moment. There are tools placed neatly beside him. A wooden pallet. Small depressions filled with dried pigments. A bundle of reed pens, carefully cut and shaped. And rolls of papyrus, resting quietly, waiting to be used. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is hurried. Everything has its place. Outside, the first light of the sun begins to appear. It does not arrive suddenly. It spreads slowly across the horizon, turning the deep blue of night into softer shades. The Nile reflects this change, its surface shifting gently between shadow and light. People begin to wake. A door opens somewhere down the narrow path. A woman steps outside, carrying a small jar. She pauses for a moment, feeling the morning air, before continuing on her way. A man walks past with steady steps, heading toward the river. His movements are unhurried. There is time for everything. And within this quiet beginning, the boy prepares for his day. He eats a simple meal. Bread, slightly coarse, made from grain that has been ground and baked with care. There may be a small amount of fruit, or perhaps a bit of something left from the previous day. It is not elaborate, but it is enough. He eats slowly. There is no need to rush. The act of eating itself is part of the rhythm of the morning. Each movement is calm. Each bite is taken without distraction. His father finishes first. Without speaking much, he begins to gather his tools. The palette is checked. The reed pens are arranged. A small container of water is prepared, used to soften the pigments when needed. The boy watches closely. He has seen this many times, but he continues to watch. There is always something small to learn. A slight adjustment. A careful motion. A habit formed over years. These details matter. Because writing is not just about words. It is about control. Soon, it is time to leave. The streets are no longer empty. More people move along the paths now, each with their own purpose. Some carry baskets. Others lead animals. Some simply walk, their steps steady and familiar. The boy walks beside his father. He does not speak much. There is no need for conversation. The morning itself feels full enough. As they move, the boy notices the world around him. The texture of the walls. The way sunlight begins to touch the upper edges first, leaving the lower path still in shadow. The faint smell of earth warming slowly. Everything feels gradual. Nothing feels forced. They reach a place set apart from the homes. It is not large, but it carries a sense of quiet importance. This is where learning happens. Where knowledge is passed from one person to another, not through loud instruction, but through repetition, patience, and careful guidance. Other boys are already there. Some sit on the ground. Others adjust their materials. A few are still arriving, their footsteps soft against the earth. An older scribe stands nearby. He does not raise his voice. He does not call out loudly. His presence alone is enough to bring a sense of order. The day of writing is about to begin. The boy takes his place. He sits with his legs folded, his back straight but not stiff. In front of him is a simple surface, smooth enough to support the act of writing. He reaches for a reed pen. It is light in his hand. He dips it gently into pigment, watching as the tip darkens. There is a small pause before he begins, as if even this simple moment deserves attention. Then, slowly, he writes. The first marks are not perfect. They are not meant to be. Each line is an attempt. Each symbol is a step towards something more precise. The boy's hand moves carefully, guided by memory and observation. Around him, the quiet sound of writing begins to fill the space. Soft scratching. Light tapping. The faint movement of fabric as others shift slightly. No one rushes. There is no sudden movement, no loud interruption. The entire place feels wrapped in a gentle stillness, where time moves forward without pressure. The older scribe walks slowly among the students. He does not stop at every mistake. He does not correct every line. Instead, he watches. When he does pause, it is brief. A small gesture. A slight adjustment of the hand. A quiet word spoken just loud enough to be heard. Then he moves on. Learning happens gradually. It is not forced. As the morning continues, the sunlight grows stronger. It moves across the ground, slowly reaching the place where the students sit. Shadows shift, becoming shorter, softer. The air begins to warm. But still, the writing continues. Line after line. Symbol after symbol. The boy's hand grows more steady. His movements become more familiar. The reed pen no longer feels strange. It begins to feel like an extension of his own hand. Time passes, but it does not feel heavy. It moves in a quiet, almost unnoticed way. And within that passing time, something gentle is taking shape. Not just skill. Not just knowledge. But a life. A life of patience. A life of observation. A life where each day is built from small, careful actions that slowly become something lasting. The sun rises higher. The sounds of the outside world grow slightly more present. Voices in the distance. The movement of animals. The ongoing flow of the river. But here, in this place of learning, the rhythm remains steady. Unchanged. Comforting. And as the boy continues to write, line after line, without hurry and without end, the day begins to unfold even further, softly moving forward into the long, quiet hours that await him. Continue Part 2, Flow. Next Part 2. The morning has now settled into itself. The early coolness has softened, and a gentle warmth begins to rest over the land. The light is no longer pale and distant. It has grown fuller, touching the ground with a steady glow that does not rush, and does not fade. Within the learning place, the quiet rhythm continues. The sound of reed pens moving across papyrus has become familiar now. It blends with the soft movement of air and the occasional shift of someone adjusting their posture. Nothing breaks the stillness. Everything seems to belong. The boy continues to write. His hand moves slowly, guided by repetition. Each mark is formed with care. Some lines are still uneven, some symbols slightly imperfect, but there is less hesitation now. His fingers have begun to understand what to do, even before his mind fully considers it. This is how learning settles into the body. Not suddenly, but gently, over time. The older scribe walks past again. He pauses near the boy, not immediately speaking. For a moment, he simply observes. His eyes move across the lines on the papyrus, noticing the spacing, the balance, the small details that are easy to overlook. Then, quietly, he reaches down. He adjusts the boy's wrist just slightly. The movement is small, almost unnoticeable. But it changes the angle of the pen. It allows the ink to flow more evenly. It brings a quiet improvement to the next line that is written. The boy does not speak. He simply nods, very gently, and continues. Time moves forward in a soft, continuous way. There are no clear breaks. No loud signals marking the passing hours. Only the gradual shift of light, the slow warmth of the air, and the steady deepening of focus. Around the boy, the other students continue their work. Some are slightly ahead. Their hands move with more confidence, their lines more balanced. Others are still finding their rhythm, pausing more often, correcting their marks. But no one rushes. There is no competition here. Only the quiet understanding that each person is moving at their own pace. A light breeze passes through. It enters softly, carrying with it the faint scent of the river. It brushes across the surface of the papyrus, lifts the edge of a loose sheet, then moves on without disturbance. The boy notices it, but only briefly. His attention returns to the writing. The symbols he copies are not random. They hold meaning. Some represent sounds. Others represent ideas. Some are simple, formed from a few lines. Others are more detailed, requiring careful attention to shape and proportion. At this stage, the boy does not fully understand every meaning. But that is not yet important. Understanding will come later. For now, his task is to learn the form. To train his hand. To build the quiet discipline that will allow him to work for long hours without strain. As the sun continues its slow rise, the light shifts again. It now reaches fully into the learning space. The ground is warm beneath the students. The shadows have grown shorter, resting close to the objects that create them. The day feels steady, unchanging. At some point, without any announcement, there is a pause. It is not a break in the usual sense. No one calls out. No one stands suddenly. But one by one, the students begin to rest their hands. The boy lifts his pen. He looks down at what he has written. There are many lines now. Some are clear and balanced. Others show small mistakes, places where the ink spread too much or the shape was not quite right. He studies them quietly. There is no frustration. Only observation. Nearby, a few students stretch their fingers. The movement is slow, almost thoughtful. Writing for long periods requires stillness, and the body responds in small ways. The older scribe remains calm. He does not hurry the pause. He allows it to exist, just as the work exists. After a short while, the boy reaches for a small piece of bread. It has been brought earlier, wrapped simply. He eats slowly, just as he did in the morning. The taste is plain, but steady. It matches the day. The sounds of the outside world drift in again. There is more movement now. The day beyond this quiet place has fully begun. People walk along the paths, carrying out their tasks. The distant sound of water being lifted from the river can be heard faintly. But inside, the calm remains. Soon, without signal, the work resumes. The boy picks up his reed pen once more. He dips it carefully into pigment, watching the way the color gathers at the tip. He pauses for just a moment, as he did before, then begins again. This time, his movements are slightly more confident. The lines flow more smoothly. The symbols take shape with less effort. Repetition continues. Line after line. The same forms, written again and again. At first, repetition might seem simple. But over time, it becomes something deeper. It builds a quiet strength. A steady patience. A way of focusing that does not depend on urgency. The older scribe moves through the space once more. He pauses at different students, offering small corrections, brief guidance, gentle reminders. His voice is always low. Always calm. He does not interrupt the rhythm. He becomes part of it. The boy begins to feel something subtle. A kind of stillness within himself. His thoughts are not scattered. His attention is not pulled in many directions. It rests fully on the act of writing. This is not something he has been told to do. It has come naturally, through the slow repetition of the work. The sun is now high enough that the warmth is noticeable. It is not uncomfortable, but it is present. The air feels thicker. The light more direct. Still, the work continues. The boy adjusts his posture slightly. He shifts his weight, careful not to disturb his writing surface. These small adjustments are part of the day. They happen quietly, without drawing attention. Everything remains steady. As the hours pass, the papyrus in front of him fills. Line by line, it becomes a record of effort. A quiet measure of time. And somewhere within this steady rhythm, the boy is slowly becoming something more than he was at the start of the day. Not through sudden change, but through many small moments, gently connected. The afternoon will come. The light will soften again. The long hours of writing will continue, carrying the same calm, the same patience, the same quiet focus. And without any clear boundary, the day will keep unfolding, just as steadily as the movement of the Nile beyond the walls. Next part 3. The day moves forward without announcing itself. There is no clear moment when morning becomes afternoon. No sharp line dividing one part of time from another. Instead, everything shifts slowly, almost quietly, as if the day is simply breathing in a long, steady rhythm. The light begins to soften. It is still bright, but it no longer feels new. It has settled into the sky, spreading evenly across the land. The warmth has deepened slightly, resting on the ground and on the walls, on the hands of those who sit and write. Inside the learning place, the rhythm continues. The boy is still at work. His hand has grown more familiar with the reed pen now. The slight stiffness from earlier has faded. His fingers move with less hesitation. The pen glides more smoothly across the surface of the papyrus, leaving marks that are clearer, more balanced. He no longer watches every movement closely. Instead, he feels it. This is how the body learns. Through repetition so gentle and so steady that it becomes natural. Around him, the other students remain quiet. Their presence is felt, but not heard in any strong way. Each one is focused on their own work, their own lines, their own slow progress. Occasionally, a small sound rises. The soft scrape of a pen being adjusted. The faint tap of a palette being set down. A quiet breath taken and released. These sounds do not interrupt the calm. They become part of it. The older scribe walks with the same measured pace. His steps are soft against the ground. He moves without drawing attention, yet his presence is always known. He pauses beside a student who has stopped writing. The boy nearby has made a mistake. The ink has spread slightly, creating a shape that does not match the form he was copying. The older scribe does not show concern. He simply kneels down. With a small piece of cloth, he gently presses against the papyrus, lifting some of the excess ink. The motion is careful, practiced. Then he gestures softly, showing how the line might be formed again. No words are needed. The lesson is quiet. The boy notices this, though he does not stop his own writing. He sees how mistakes are handled. Not with urgency. Not with frustration. But with patience. This understanding settles into him just as deeply as the writing itself. Outside, the day continues to unfold. The Nile flows as it always does, steady and calm. The surface reflects the sky, now a clear and gentle blue. Along its edges, people move through their own routines. Some gather water. Some tend to animals. Some walk slowly along the paths, carrying goods, or speaking in low voices. The world beyond the learning place is active, but not hurried. Everything seems to follow a rhythm that has existed for a long time. Inside, the warmth becomes more noticeable. The air feels still. The sunlight rests more directly on the ground where the students sit. The boy shifts slightly again, adjusting to the heat. His movements are small, careful not to disturb his work. A bead of sweat forms at his temple. He does not react to it immediately. He continues writing. Time passes. It is not measured by clocks or counted in numbers. It is felt. In the growing warmth. In the slow movement of shadows. In the quiet deepening of focus. The boy reaches the end of one section of writing. He pauses. He lifts his pen and looks at the papyrus before him. The lines stretch across the surface, forming patterns that are becoming more familiar to his eyes. There is a quiet sense of progress. Not pride. Not excitement. Just a calm recognition that something has changed, even if only slightly. He sets the finished piece aside. Carefully. Nothing is rushed. He reaches for another sheet. It is smooth, slightly textured, ready to receive new lines. He places it before him, aligning it gently. Then he begins again. The repetition continues. The same symbols. The same careful strokes. The same steady rhythm. But each time, something is different. A line is a little more precise. A curve is a little more balanced. A movement is a little more natural. The older scribe returns once more. He stands quietly behind the boy for a moment. The boy senses him, but does not stop. He continues writing, allowing the presence behind him to exist without breaking his focus. After a short while, the older scribe nods softly. It is a small gesture, barely visible, but it carries meaning. Then he moves on. The afternoon light begins to shift again. It grows warmer in tone. The bright white of midday softens into a gentle gold. Shadows begin to stretch slightly, no longer held tightly beneath objects. The air, too, begins to change. There is a faint movement again, a light breeze returning after the stillness of midday. It passes through quietly, bringing with it a sense of ease. Some of the students pause once more. Not all at the same time. Not in any organized way. Each one responds to their own rhythm, their own sense of timing. The boy continues for a little longer. Then, slowly, he rests his hand. He closes his eyes briefly. Not to sleep, but simply to rest. The darkness behind his eyelids feels soft. Calm. He takes a slow breath. Then another. When he opens his eyes again, the world looks the same, yet slightly different. The light has shifted. The shadows have moved. Time has passed. He reaches for water. A small sip. Cool against the warmth of the day. He places the container back beside him. Everything is done with care. Soon, he returns to his work once more. The reed pen in his hand feels lighter now. More familiar. As if it belongs there. The sounds of writing rise again. Soft. Steady. Unbroken. The afternoon continues to stretch gently onward. There is no sense of rushing toward an end. No urgency to finish. Only the quiet continuation of the task. And within that quiet continuation, the boy's world becomes smaller and deeper at the same time. Focused on the space before him. Yet connected to something larger. A tradition. A way of life. A long line of scribes who have sat in similar places, held similar tools, and moved their hands in the same slow, careful way. The light begins to lean toward evening. It is not yet close, but the change has begun. A softness enters the air. A gentle easing. Still, the writing continues. Line after line. Moment after moment. The steady rhythm remains. Unbroken. Calm. Endless. And as the day slowly prepares to shift once more, without any sudden change, without any clear boundary, the quiet work carries on. Moving gently toward the long, fading light of the late afternoon. Next part 4, next. Part 4, the light begins to lower, almost without being noticed. It does not fall quickly. It stretches gently across the sky, softening as it goes. The warmth of the afternoon remains, but it no longer feels strong. Instead, it settles into a quieter presence, resting lightly on the earth. Inside the learning place, the rhythm continues. It has not changed since the morning. The same careful movements. The same soft sounds. The same steady flow of time. And yet, something about it now feels deeper. The boy continues to write. His hand moves with a quiet confidence that was not there at the beginning of the day. The reed pen rests between his fingers as if it has always belonged there. each movement feels less like effort and more like habit. The symbols come more easily now. He no longer pauses as often to think about their shape. His hand remembers. It follows patterns that have been repeated many times, slowly forming a kind of memory that does not need words. Around him, the other students remain in their places. Some lean slightly forward, focused on the lines before them. Others sit more upright, their posture steady and relaxed. A few shift gently, adjusting their position as the long hours continue. There is no sign of impatience. No one looks toward the edge of the day. There is only the work itself. The older scribe moves quietly among them, as he has done all day. His presence feels even softer now, blending into the fading light. He pauses beside a student, offering a small correction. A slight turn of the wrist. A gentle tap on the edge of the papyrus to adjust its position. Then he moves on again. He does not need to say much. The day has already spoken. Outside, the world has begun to slow. The activity along the paths is less busy now. Some people are returning to their homes. Others finish their tasks by the river, carrying what they need for the evening. The Nile reflects the changing sky. Its surface now holds a warmer tone, touched by the beginning of the sun's descent. The water continues its quiet movement, unchanged, steady as ever. A breeze passes through again. This time, it feels cooler. It carries a faint sense of the coming evening, brushing gently across the skin, lifting the edge of a cloth, moving softly through the open space. The boy notices it. For a brief moment, he pauses. He lets the feeling pass over him, calm and light. Then he returns to his writing. The papyrus before him fills once more. Line after line, the space becomes covered in careful marks. Some lines are strong and clear. Others are lighter, as the pigment fades slightly before being refreshed. The pattern continues. Endless. Steady. His fingers feel the long hours now. There is a quiet heaviness in them. Not pain, but a soft awareness of effort. The kind that comes from doing the same movement again and again. He adjusts his grip slightly. Not enough to interrupt the flow. Just enough to continue. The older scribe watches from a short distance. He sees these small adjustments. The way each student learns to manage the quiet strain of the work. The way they continue, not through force, but through steady acceptance. This, too, is part of the learning. The light grows softer still. It begins to take on a golden tone, stretching longer shadows across the ground. The edges of things become less sharp, more gentle. The learning place feels different now. Not quieter, but deeper. As if the long day has settled into it. The boy reaches the end of another section. He pauses again. He looks at the lines he has written. There are many now. More than he expected at the start of the day. He does not count them. He simply sees them. A quiet record of time. He sets the papyrus aside. Carefully, as always. He takes a small breath. Then another. For a moment, he does not reach for a new sheet. He lets his hands rest. He places the reed pen gently down beside him. His fingers relax, slowly releasing the shape they have held for so many hours. Around him, others do the same. Not all at once, but gradually. One by one. Pens are set down. Hands are rested. Bodies shift slightly, easing out of stillness. The older scribe does not signal the end of the day. There is no need. Everyone feels it. In the light. In the air. In the quiet understanding that the work has reached its natural pause. The boy looks around. The space feels familiar, yet changed by the passing hours. The same walls. The same ground. But filled now with the memory of the day. He reaches for his materials. He cleans the tip of his reed pen carefully, removing any remaining pigment. He places it with the others, aligning it gently. He checks his palette. Everything is done with the same calm attention that guided his writing. Nothing is left carelessly. Outside, the sky begins to shift further. The blue fades into softer shades. Hints of gold and pale orange begin to appear near the horizon. The air cools slowly. The boy stands. His legs feel slightly stiff from sitting for so long. He takes a small step, then another, allowing his body to adjust. There is no rush to leave. He moves at the same steady pace that has carried him through the day. His father waits nearby. He has finished his own work. There is no need for many words between them. They begin to walk together. The path home feels different in the evening. The same ground, the same turns, but touched by softer light. Shadows stretch longer now, moving slowly as the sun lowers. People pass by quietly. Some carry small bundles. Others walk with empty hands, their tasks complete. The sounds of the day begin to fade. The boy walks beside his father. He feels the day within him. Not as something heavy, but as something steady. A quiet fullness. They pass by the river. The Nile reflects the colors of the sky, now warmer, deeper. The surface moves gently, carrying the light with it. For a moment, the boy looks at it. The slow movement. The endless flow. It feels familiar. Then they continue on. The evening will come. The light will fade. The sounds of the day will soften into the quiet of night. And tomorrow, the same rhythm will begin again. Not exactly the same, but close enough that it feels like a continuation. A long, unbroken thread. And as the boy walks home in the fading light, carrying the quiet memory of his work, the story does not pause, it simply moves forward, gently, into the calm and silent hours of the evening. Next part 5. The evening settles slowly over the land. It does not arrive all at once. It drifts in, gently replacing the warmth of the day with a softer, cooler air. The light fades in quiet layers, turning gold into pale orange, and then into a deeper shade that rests low along the horizon. The boy and his father continue walking. Their steps are unhurried, matching the calm rhythm that has carried them through the day. The path beneath their feet is familiar. It curves gently between homes, past small open spaces, and toward the place where they will rest. Around them, others move in the same quiet way. Some speak softly as they walk. Others remain silent, holding the day within them. A few pause outside their homes, standing still for a moment, as if noticing the way the light fades across the walls. Nothing feels rushed. Everything feels as if it is gently coming to rest. They reach their home. The doorway is simple. The walls hold the warmth of the day, but the air inside is already cooler. A small lamp has been lit, its soft glow steady and calm. The boy steps inside. He sets his things down carefully. The reed pens, the palette, the pieces of papyrus. Each item is placed with quiet attention, just as it was gathered in the morning. There is a rhythm to these small actions. A beginning. A middle. And now, an ending to the day's work. His father does the same. There is no need for instruction. The habits are already known. A meal is prepared. It is simple, as it always is. Bread again, perhaps a bit softer now. Maybe a small portion of vegetables, or something brought from the market earlier in the day. The food is modest, but steady. It is enough. They sit together. They eat slowly. There is no hurry. The act of eating is quiet, thoughtful. Each bite is taken with care, each moment allowed to pass gently. Outside, the sounds of the village soften. Voices become lower. Footsteps grow fewer. The activity of the day fades into the stillness of evening. Somewhere in the distance, a faint sound of water can still be heard, steady and unchanged. The boy feels the weight of the day in his body. Not as something difficult, but as something full. His hands remember the movements of writing. His fingers still hold the shape of the reed pen, even as they rest. He looks at them for a moment, then lets them relax. After the meal, there is little to do. No long tasks. No urgent work. The day has already asked for what it needed. His father sits quietly. The lamp casts a soft light across his face. Shadows move gently along the walls, shaped by the small flame. For a while, neither of them speaks. The silence is not empty. It is calm. The boy leans back slightly. He listens. To the quiet inside the room. To the faint sounds beyond the walls. To the slow rhythm of his own breathing. The sky outside has darkened further now. The last traces of light have faded. The stars begin to appear, one by one, small and steady against the deepening blue. The air cools more. A gentle breeze passes through the opening in the wall, carrying the calm of the night. The boy lies down. The surface beneath him is simple, but familiar. It holds the comfort of routine, the quiet understanding that this is where the day comes to rest. He closes his eyes. For a moment, the images of the day remain. The lines of writing. The feel of the reed pen. The soft voice of the older scribe. The steady presence of his father. These memories do not rush. They drift slowly, like the movement of the river. Then, gently, they begin to fade. Sleep comes quietly. It does not arrive all at once. It settles in, slowly, softly, as the body releases the small tensions of the day. The night continues. The village rests. The Nile flows, as it always does, beneath the quiet sky. And somewhere within the stillness, time moves forward. Unseen. Unheard. Morning will come again. The same soft light. The same quiet beginning. The same steady rhythm of writing and learning. The boy will wake. He will rise. He will return to the place of learning. He will take up the reed pen once more. And the story will continue. Not as something new, but as something ongoing. A gentle repetition. A life shaped by small, careful actions, carried forward day after day. As the night deepens and the world remains still, the quiet rhythm does not end, it simply rests, waiting softly for the next morning to begin again. Next part 6, Deep Daily Life, Tools, Training, and Long-Term Scribe Life. Next part 6 Morning returns in the same quiet way. There is no sudden change, no sharp beginning. The darkness fades slowly, giving space to a soft gray light that spreads gently across the land. The air is cool again, carrying the calm that only early morning seems to hold. Inside the home, the boy wakes. Not all at once. His eyes open slowly, adjusting to the dim light. For a moment, he remains still, listening, just as he did the day before. The world feels familiar. The same soft silence. The same faint sounds beginning to rise outside. The same steady presence of a new day. He sits up. His body remembers the work of yesterday. There is a slight heaviness in his arms, a quiet awareness in his fingers. But it is not discomfort. It is simply the memory of effort, resting gently within him. He moves slowly. There is no need to hurry. In the main room, his father is already awake again. The small lamp burns low, its light softer than before. The tools are nearby, just as they were left the night before. Nothing has been moved. Nothing has been forgotten. The rhythm continues. The boy prepares for the day. He eats a simple meal, much like yesterday. The taste is familiar. The act itself feels like a continuation, not a beginning. Each movement flows into the next. Outside, the sky grows lighter. The Nile reflects the early morning tones once more. A faint mist may rest above its surface, drifting slowly, barely moving. People begin to wake again. Doors open. Footsteps return. The quiet village begins its gentle rise into the day. The boy and his father walk the same path. The ground beneath their feet feels known, shaped by many days of the same journey. The air is cool, the light soft, the world calm. There is comfort in this repetition. Nothing feels uncertain. They arrive at the learning place. It is as it always is. Still. Quiet. Waiting. The other students gather again. Each one takes their place, settling into the space with small, familiar movements. There is no need for instruction. The pattern has already been learned. The older scribe is there. His presence is steady, unchanged. The boy sits. He arranges his materials. The reed pen rests lightly in his hand. He dips it into pigment, watching the color gather slowly at the tip. There is a brief pause. Then, once again, he begins. The writing starts where it left off. Not exactly the same lines, but the same motion. The same careful shaping of symbols. The same steady pace. Yesterday's effort carries into today. There is no need to start over. The boy notices something different. His hand moves more easily now. The hesitation that once slowed him has faded. The pen follows his intention more closely. The lines feel smoother, more balanced. This change is quiet. Almost unnoticed. But it is there. Around him, the other students continue. The same soft sounds fill the space. The same gentle rhythm holds everything together. The older scribe begins to introduce something new. Not loudly. Not suddenly. But gradually. He places a new piece of papyrus before one of the students. The symbols on it are slightly more complex. They require a bit more attention, a bit more control. The student looks at them carefully. Then begins to copy. This is how learning grows. Step by step. Never rushed. Never forced. The boy continues with his own work. But soon, he too is given a new set of symbols. They are not entirely unfamiliar. He has seen parts of them before. But now, they are arranged in a way that asks for more precision. He studies them quietly. His eyes move slowly across each shape. He does not begin immediately. He allows himself to observe. Then, with a calm breath, he starts. The first line is careful. Slightly slower than before. The second line follows. A little more steady. The challenge is not difficult, but it asks for attention. And so, his focus deepens again. The hours pass, as they always do. Measured not by time, but by movement. By repetition. By the slow filling of space with written lines. The sun rises higher. The warmth returns. The shadows shorten. The day unfolds in the same quiet way. The boy's hand adapts. Each new symbol becomes easier with repetition. What felt unfamiliar begins to feel known. This is the quiet nature of learning. It does not arrive all at once. It settles slowly. The older scribe watches. He does not interrupt often. He allows the process to happen. He understands that true skill grows from within the rhythm itself. The boy makes a mistake. A small one. The line curves slightly too far. The shape loses its balance. He pauses. He looks at it. There is no frustration. Only recognition. He adjusts. He continues. This is part of the work. Mistakes are not separate from learning. They are woven into it. The day continues to move forward. The same calm. The same steady pace. The same quiet focus. Outside, the Nile flows as it always has. Inside, the writing continues as it always will. And within this repetition, something lasting is forming. Not quickly. Not loudly. But with a quiet certainty. The boy is no longer just learning to write. He is learning how to remain still. How to focus. How to move with patience through long hours without resistance. These lessons are not spoken. They are lived. The light begins its slow shift once more. The afternoon will come again. The same soft fading. The same gentle transition. And without any clear beginning or end, the life of the scribe continues to unfold, carried forward by the steady movement of hand, mind, and time itself. Next part 7 Deep Training, Advanced Writing, and Real Scribe Responsibilities. Next part 7 The days begin to settle into one another. Not in a way that feels repetitive or dull, but in a way that feels steady and dependable. Each morning arrives with the same quiet light, and each evening fades with the same gentle calm. Between those moments, the hours unfold in a rhythm that no longer feels new to the boy. It feels known. When he wakes now, there is less hesitation. His body understands what the day will bring. His hands already seem to remember the feel of the reed pen, even before he touches it. The small stiffness that once followed long hours of writing has softened. It has become part of the routine, something expected, something that passes without concern. He rises, just as before. He prepares, just as before. And he walks beside his father along the same path, where the earth beneath his feet feels more familiar with each passing day. The learning place waits. It does not change, yet it never feels exactly the same. The light falls differently each morning. The air carries slight variations in warmth or coolness. Small details shift, but the deeper sense of calm remains untouched. The boy takes his place. He arranges his tools without needing to think. The palette. The water. The papyrus. The reed pen. Each item moves into position with quiet precision. When he begins to write, there is no pause. The pen touches the surface, and the line forms. Smooth. Steady. Unbroken. The symbols he practices now are more complex than before. They require a different kind of attention. Not just the shaping of simple forms, but the careful arrangement of multiple parts. Some symbols must balance height and width. Others require a gentle curve that must not be too sharp or too soft. The boy studies each one briefly. Then he writes. Around him, the other students have also changed. Their movements are quieter now, more refined. The early uncertainty has faded from many of their hands. The space feels more focused, more settled into its purpose. The soft sounds of writing continue. But now, they carry a deeper rhythm. The older scribe observes. His role shifts slightly, though it is not obvious at first. He no longer needs to guide every movement. Instead, he watches for something more subtle. Consistency. Balance. Control. He pauses beside the boy. For a moment, he says nothing. He simply watches the lines as they are formed. Then, very gently, he places a new piece of papyrus in front of him. This one is different. The symbols are arranged in rows that form words. Not just individual signs, but sequences that hold meaning when placed together. The boy looks at it carefully. He has seen this before, from a distance. But now, it has been placed directly before him. He does not rush to begin. He studies the arrangement. He notices how the symbols relate to one another. The spacing. The alignment. The quiet order that holds everything together. Then, slowly, he begins to copy. The first row takes time. Each symbol must be placed carefully in relation to the others. The space between them matters just as much as the shapes themselves. The boy moves slowly. More slowly than before. But there is no pressure. No sense that he must finish quickly. Only the understanding that each line must be formed with care. The older scribe remains nearby. Not watching every moment. But present. Aware. As the boy continues, something shifts again. His focus deepens. Not just on the shape of each symbol, but on the way they connect. This is a new kind of attention. More layered. More thoughtful. The hours pass. The light rises. The warmth returns. But the boy barely notices. His attention rests fully on the writing. The world narrows to the space before him. The movement of his hand. The steady flow of ink. A small mistake appears in one of the rows. A symbol is placed slightly too close to another. The spacing feels uneven. He pauses. He looks at it. For a moment, he considers leaving it. But something within him resists that. Not strongly. Just gently. He takes a small piece of cloth. He presses it lightly against the ink. He adjusts. Then he writes the line again. This is not something he has been told to do. It is something he has learned through observation. Through the quiet example of the older scribe. The correction is small. But it changes the entire line. The older scribe notices. He does not speak. But he nods once. The boy continues. As the day moves forward, more rows fill the papyrus. Each one slightly more balanced than the last. Each one carrying a quiet sense of improvement. Around him, the other students work in the same way. The space feels calm, but full. Full of attention. Full of quiet effort. The sounds remain soft. The movement remains slow. But beneath it all, there is a steady growth. Outside, the Nile continues its endless flow. The same water moving forward, moment by moment. Never rushing. Never stopping. Inside, the writing mirrors that movement. Line after line. Symbol after symbol. A continuous flow of careful action. the boy begins to understand something without needing to put it into words. That this work is not just about writing. It is about patience. About steadiness. About the ability to remain present through long stretches of time. These lessons settle into him quietly. Just as the skill of writing has begun to settle. The light begins to soften again. The afternoon approaches, just as it always does. The same gentle shift. The same calm transition. The boy continues writing. The rows before him grow longer. More complete. More balanced. And as he works, without any sudden realization, without any clear moment of change, he begins to move beyond simple learning. And steps slowly into the deeper, quieter path of becoming a true scribe. Next part 8 Real temple work, copying texts, and early responsibilities flow. Next part 8 The days continue, one after another, flowing together like the slow movement of the Nile. There is no clear separation between them anymore. Morning becomes day. Day becomes evening. Evening becomes night. And then, without effort, the cycle begins again. Within this quiet repetition, the boy changes. Not in ways that are easily seen, but in ways that settle deep within him. When he arrives at the learning place now, something feels different. Not in the walls, or the ground, or the light. Those remain the same. But in the work itself. There is a quiet shift. The older scribe brings something new. It is not announced. It is simply placed. A longer sheet of papyrus rests before the students. It is smoother, more carefully prepared than the ones they have used before. Its surface holds a quiet importance, as if it is meant for something more lasting. The boy notices this immediately. He does not touch it at first. He simply looks. On the papyrus, there are lines already written. Not practice symbols. Not simple repetitions. But complete passages. The writing is balanced. Carefully spaced. Each symbol placed with a calm precision that comes only from long experience. The boy feels a quiet stillness as he looks at it. There is no excitement. Only a deep sense of attention. The older scribe moves slowly among the students. When he reaches the boy, he pauses. Then, gently, he gestures. The meaning is clear. The boy is to copy. He takes a slow breath. He reaches for his reed pen. He prepares the pigment carefully, making sure it is neither too thick nor too thin. Then, without hurry, he begins. The first line is slower than anything he has written before. Each symbol must match the original. Not just in shape, but in feeling. The spacing. The alignment. The quiet balance between one form and the next. The boy's hand moves carefully. More carefully than ever before. There is no rushing. No thought of finishing. Only the steady act of following what is already there. Around him, the other students are doing the same. The space feels even quieter now. More focused. More still. The sound of writing is softer. More deliberate. Each movement carries intention. The older scribe watches closely. He does not correct immediately. He allows each student to find their own way through the task. The boy continues. Line after line. Slowly. Carefully. At times, his hand hesitates. A symbol appears more complex than expected. A curve feels difficult to match. He pauses. He looks again at the original. Then he continues. This is different from practice. This is not repetition for learning. This is preservation. The boy does not fully understand this yet. But he feels it. The work carries a quiet weight. Not heavy, but meaningful. Outside, the day unfolds as it always does. The Nile flows. People move along the paths. The light rises higher. But inside, the focus remains deep, unbroken. As the hours pass, the boy begins to find a rhythm within this new task. His hand adjusts. His eye becomes more precise. He starts to see the patterns more clearly. The way certain symbols repeat. The way they connect. The way they create a quiet structure across the page. This is not just writing. It is copying knowledge. Carrying something forward. The boy does not think about the future. He does not think about who will read these lines. He simply writes. The older scribe moves behind him again. He watches the lines. The spacing. The flow. Then, gently, he speaks. His voice is low. Soft. Steady. Only one word. The boy nods slightly. He understands. He continues. The afternoon light begins to soften. The same slow transition as every day. But today, it feels quieter. Deeper. The boy's papyrus begins to fill. The lines stretch across it, forming a complete passage. Not perfect, but careful. When he reaches the end, he pauses. He lifts his pen. He looks at what he has done. There is no strong feeling. No pride. No disappointment. Only a calm awareness. He has copied something that existed before him. And now, it exists again. The older scribe takes the papyrus. He looks at it briefly. His expression does not change. Then he places it aside. Carefully. This is how the work continues. Quietly. Without announcement. Without reward. The boy understands something new. Not through words, but through experience. That being a scribe is not about creating something new each day. It is about maintaining what already exists. About holding it steady. Keeping it clear. Carrying it forward without distortion. The light fades further. The day begins to close. The tools are cleaned. The materials are gathered. The space slowly empties. The boy stands. His hands feel the long hours. His mind feels still. He walks home beside his father once more. The same path. The same soft light of evening. But something within him has shifted again. Quietly. Gently. He is no longer only learning how to write. He is beginning to understand what it means to be trusted with words. And as the evening settles over the land, and the Nile reflects the fading light, the slow and steady path of the scribe continues, carrying him further into a life shaped not by noise or change, but by quiet precision and endless patience. Next Part 9 Temple Records, Taxes, Daily Administration, Real Working Scribe's Life Column Flow. Next Part 9 The work begins to change, though the rhythm remains the same. The mornings still arrive with soft light. The paths are still walked in silence. The reed pen is still held with the same careful grip. But now, the purpose behind the writing slowly becomes clearer. The boy arrives at the learning place as he always does. He sits. He prepares his tools. He waits. The older scribe is already there. But today, he is not alone. Another man stands nearby. He is older. His posture is steady, but there is a quiet weight in the way he holds himself. His hands rest calmly at his sides, but they show signs of long years of work. His fingers are slightly stained, marked by pigment that has settled into the skin over time. He is not a teacher. He is a working scribe. The boy notices him. Not with curiosity, but with a quiet awareness. Something about this presence feels different. The older scribe speaks softly to the group. His voice remains calm, as always. But the meaning of his words carries a small shift. Today, the students will not only copy. They will observe. The working scribe steps forward. He places a roll of papyrus on a low surface. It is longer than what the students have been using. More worn. Handled many times. He unrolls it slowly. The surface reveals rows of writing. Not arranged for learning. Not carefully spaced for practice. But written in a way that feels functional. Direct. The boy looks closely. The symbols are familiar. But the structure is different. There are repeated patterns. Columns. Marks that seem to separate one section from another. The working scribe begins to write. His movements are steady, but not slow in the same way as the students. There is confidence in the way his hand moves. A quiet efficiency. He does not pause often. He does not study each symbol before writing it. He knows them. The reed pen moves across the papyrus in a continuous flow. Line after line. Symbol after symbol. The sound is the same. Soft. Gentle. But the pace is different. The boy watches. He does not write yet. He simply observes. The working scribe speaks, but only a few words at a time. His voice is low. Measured. He explains what he is writing. It is a record. Grain. Amounts gathered. Amounts stored. Simple information. But important. The boy listens. He looks again at the symbols. Now they feel different. They are no longer just shapes. They carry meaning. The numbers. The marks. The repeated patterns. They are part of something real. The working scribe finishes a line. He pauses. He adjusts the papyrus slightly. Then continues. There is no sense of hesitation. No searching for the correct form. Everything flows from memory. From practice. The older scribe watches the students. He observes their attention. Their stillness. Their quiet effort to understand. After some time, the working scribe steps back. The older scribe gestures gently. Now, the students will try. The boy feels the shift. It is small. But it is there. He takes a piece of papyrus. Not new. Not perfectly smooth. But suitable. He prepares his pen. The same careful process. The same quiet attention. Then he begins. This time, he is not copying a passage. He is not repeating simple symbols. He is writing information. The working scribe speaks slowly. He gives the details. Short phrases. Clear. The boy listens. Then writes. The first line is careful. Slower than the working scribe. But steady. He writes the amount. The symbols for grain. The marks that organize the line. He pauses. Looks. Then continues. Around him, the other students do the same. The space feels different now. Not quieter. But more focused in a new way. The writing has purpose beyond practice. The boy makes a small mistake. A number is placed slightly off. He notices it. He pauses. Then, Just as before, he corrects it. The process feels familiar, but the meaning feels new. The working scribe walks among them. He watches, not closely at every line, but enough to guide. He stops beside the boy, looks at the writing, then nods once. A small gesture, but it carries quiet approval. The boy continues. The lines begin to form a record. Simple, clear, ordered. The repetition continues. More entries, more numbers, more symbols. The boy's hand adapts again. The movements become smoother, more efficient. He begins to understand how a scribe works through the day. Not slowly, like in early learning. Not rushed, but steady, continuous. The hours pass. The light shifts. The warmth rises and softens again. Outside, the world moves as it always does. The Nile flows. People work. The day unfolds. Inside, the boy writes. Not just for practice now, but as part of something real. The working scribe gathers the papyrus. He rolls it carefully. The students watch. This is how records are kept. Stored. Carried. Protected. The boy looks at his own work. It is simple. Not perfect. But it holds meaning. And in that quiet realization, something settles deeper within him. He is no longer only learning shapes. He is beginning to take part in the quiet system that holds daily life together. A system built not on noise or force, but on careful record, steady attention, endless repetition. The light begins to fade once more. The day moves toward its quiet end. And as the boy gathers his tools, and prepares to walk the familiar path home, the life of the scribe continues to open before him, slowly revealing its purpose, one calm and steady line at a time. Next part 10 Temple, official documents, religious texts, deeper responsibility flow. Next part 10 The days no longer feel separate in his mind. They still begin the same way. They still end the same way. But between those two quiet points, something deeper is slowly forming. A sense of responsibility. Not spoken loudly. Not placed on him suddenly. But added little by little, like soft layers of dust settling over time. The boy arrives at the learning place as the morning light spreads across the ground. The air is cool. The river in the distance moves as it always does, steady and unchanged. Everything feels familiar. And yet, there is a slight difference in the atmosphere today. A quiet seriousness. The older scribe is already waiting. Beside him, there are new materials. Clean papyrus sheets. Carefully prepared ink. A small container with brushes and reed pens arranged more precisely than usual. But what draws attention most is the presence of another scroll. Long. Neatly rolled. Tied with a thin cord. The boy notices it immediately. He does not ask. He simply watches. The older scribe speaks softly. Today, they will work with formal writing. Writing that is not for practice. Not for training. But for use beyond this place. The working scribe from the previous day arrives again. He does not stand at the edge today. He moves closer to the center. As if he belongs more fully to this space now. He unrolls the scroll slowly. The sound of papyrus unrolling is soft, almost like fabric being laid down. The surface reveals structured lines. Carefully written text. These are not simple records of grain or supplies. They are official writings. decrees, temple instructions, records of offerings. The boy studies them quietly. The symbols are familiar, but the arrangement is more precise, more formal. The working scribe begins to speak. His tone remains calm, but the weight of what he explains feels slightly heavier. These writings are used in temples. They record offerings made to the gods. They document important decisions. They preserve instructions that must not be altered. The boy listens carefully. He does not move. He does not interrupt. There is something different about this kind of writing. It is not just information. It is authority on papyrus. The working scribe begins to demonstrate. His hand moves across the scroll. Slowly at first. Then with quiet confidence. Each symbol is placed with care. Each line aligns perfectly with the structure above it. There is no hesitation in his movement. He does not pause to think. He simply writes. The older scribe observes closely. The students remain still. The boy feels the difference in his own awareness now. He is no longer only looking at shapes. He is beginning to see purpose behind them. After a while, the working scribe steps back. The older scribe gestures gently. Now it is time for them to try. The boy receives a clean sheet. He smooths it carefully. His fingers move across the surface, feeling its slight texture. He prepares his pen. Dips it into ink. Waits for a moment. Then begins. The first line is slower than before. Not because he does not know the symbols, but because he understands their importance. This is not practice. This is representation. Each mark must be clear. Each space must be correct. Each line must remain steady. He writes the opening phrase. Carefully. Deliberately. Around him, others do the same. The room feels even quieter now. As if everyone understands, without needing to speak, that this work carries more weight. The boy makes a small adjustment. The spacing between two symbols is slightly uneven. He pauses. Corrects it. Then continues. The older scribe walks slowly among them. He does not interrupt often. He only observes. And occasionally, he nods. The boy continues writing. The rhythm returns. But now it feels different. More deliberate. More aware. Outside, the Nile continues its endless flow. Inside, something similar happens on papyrus. Flow of thought. Flow of record. Flow of meaning. The working scribe watches from a distance. He does not interfere. But he notices everything. The steadiness. The hesitation. The improvements. After some time, the boy completes a section. He looks at it. It is not perfect. But it is clear. Structured. Understandable. He realizes something quietly. This writing will not stay with him. It will go elsewhere. To a temple. To officials. To people who rely on it. That thought settles gently. Not as pressure, but as awareness. The older scribe collects the finished sheets. He reviews them briefly. No dramatic reaction. Only calm observation. Then he sets them aside. The boy watches. He understands now that writing is not only personal skill. It is trust. The day continues. More practice follows. More formal passages. More careful copying. And through it all, the boy grows into something subtle but real. Not just a student of writing. but a holder of records. A carrier of words that matter beyond himself. As the afternoon light begins to soften again, and the shadows grow longer across the ground, the quiet life of the scribe deepens once more, moving him gently into a world where every line written carries meaning beyond the moment it is formed. Next, Part 11, Advanced Temple Bureaucracy, Taxation System Writing, Real Administrative Scribe Duties. Next, Part 11, The heat of the day begins to soften again. Not suddenly, but in the same slow way everything changes here. The light loses a little of its sharpness. The air becomes easier to breathe. Shadows stretch quietly across the ground, as if time itself is leaning toward rest. Inside the learning place, the work continues. But now, it feels different than before. Heavier in meaning. Not heavier in effort. The boy sits with a new set of records in front of him. These are not temple texts in the poetic sense. They are not prayers or ceremonial writings. They are lists. Carefully structured. Carefully measured. The working scribe stands nearby. His presence is steady, as always. He begins to speak in a calm voice. This is the writing of administration. Of land. Of harvest. Of obligations. The boy listens. Quietly. He learns that scribes are not only writers of sacred words. They are also keepers of order. What is grown? What is stored? What is given? What is taken? All of it must be written. All of it must be preserved. The working scribe places a new papyrus in front of the students. This one is filled with columns. Neatly separated spaces. Repeated structures. The boy leans closer. He sees patterns. Numbers repeated in steady arrangement. Symbols that represent quantities. Symbols that mark ownership. The older scribe watches them carefully. Then speaks softly. Accuracy is everything here. Nothing more. The boy understands the weight of that sentence without needing explanation. He prepares his reed pen. Dips it into ink. Waits for a brief moment. Then begins. The first line is simple. A designation. A name. A measure. He writes slowly. Carefully matching what he sees. The second line follows. Then the third. At first, it feels similar to earlier work. But soon, he notices something different. One small mistake changes meaning. A number placed incorrectly alters the entire record. A symbol slightly misplaced shifts ownership. The boy becomes more careful. More aware. He pauses longer before writing. He checks each line twice in his mind. Around him, the other students do the same. The room feels more serious now. Less like learning. More like responsibility. The working scribe begins moving among them. He stops beside one student. Points gently to a line. A number is incorrect. Not dramatically. But enough to matter. The student corrects it immediately. No punishment. No frustration. Only correction. The boy continues writing. His hand slows slightly. Not from uncertainty. But from awareness. He begins to see how this system functions. Every field. Every harvest. Every portion of grain. All recorded. All accounted for. Without writing, nothing remains stable. Without records, everything becomes uncertain. This thought settles quietly in him. The work continues for hours. Lines of data. Columns of numbers. Names of land sections. Measurements of yield. The symbols repeat. but each repetition carries importance. The boy feels the rhythm of it now. Not poetic, not ceremonial, but structural. Like the invisible framework holding daily life together. Outside, life continues in its own rhythm. Farmers return from fields. Boats move along the Nile. Animals are led back toward resting places. But inside, everything is fixed onto papyrus. Preserved. Recorded. Made permanent. The boy makes another small mistake. He notices it quickly. A number written slightly too low in the column. He pauses. Corrects it. This time without hesitation. The older scribe notices. But says nothing. He simply watches. A quiet approval passes in his stillness. The boy continues. Line after line. Entry after entry. The papyrus fills slowly. Not with art. Not with story. But with structure. And yet, within that structure, he begins to sense something deeper. Order. Not forced. Not loud. But carefully maintained through attention. Through discipline. Through repetition. The working scribe finishes his demonstration for the day. He gathers a completed scroll. Rolls it carefully. Secures it with cord. He holds it for a moment. Then places it aside. The boy watches. He understands now that what he has written today will not remain here. It will move beyond this place. Into systems larger than himself. The older scribe signals softly. The day's work is nearing its end. The students begin to gather their materials. Slowly. Carefully. Without rush. The boy cleans his reed pen. Wipes away excess ink. Places it back in its bundle. His hands feel slightly tired now. But not heavy. More like they have learned something new. Outside, the light has shifted again. The sun lowers further. The sky begins to soften into evening tones. The boy stands. He looks at his work. Rows of numbers. Columns of meaning. Not beautiful in the way art is beautiful. But precise. Necessary. He carries it carefully as it is collected. He does not feel ownership of it. Only participation in it. As he leaves with his father, the path home feels the same as always. But his thoughts are different now. He understands something quietly forming within his life. He is not only learning to write words. He is learning to maintain a system. A system that holds land, food, temples, and people in balance. And as the evening deepens and the Nile reflects the fading light once more, the boy walks forward into a world where every symbol he writes carries the quiet weight of order itself, steady, calm, and endlessly continuing. Next part 12 Full working scribe life, temple bureaucracy deeper level, real career transition. Next part 12 The days begin to feel less like training. And more like becoming. Not in a sudden way. Not in a moment that can be pointed to. But in the quiet accumulation of small responsibilities that slowly replace practice with purpose. The boy notices it without needing to name it. When he arrives in the morning now, the space feels slightly different. He is greeted not only as a student, but as someone expected to contribute. There are no announcements. Only placement of work. A papyrus set gently in front of him. A task already waiting. The older scribe no longer stands close all the time. He moves between roles now. Sometimes teaching. Sometimes observing. Sometimes simply allowing the work to unfold without interruption. The boy sits. He prepares his tools. But there is less hesitation now. His hands know what to do before his thoughts fully arrive. The papyrus in front of him today is different again. Not entirely new. Not entirely familiar. It contains records from previous entries that must be extended, updated, continued. He understands what this means. The work is ongoing. Life is not recorded once. It is recorded repeatedly. He dips his pen and continues what was already started. The symbols flow more easily now. His movements are steady, controlled, quietly confident. Around him, the same rhythm continues among others. But there is a subtle shift. Some are given more complex records. Others handle smaller sections. Each assigned based on growing skill. The boy begins to notice how trust is distributed. Not spoken, but shown through what is placed in front of each person. The working scribe arrives later in the morning. He carries with him a set of sealed documents. These are different, more formal, more guarded. He does not open them immediately. He places them carefully on the surface, then speaks softly. These are temple distributions. Offerings recorded and assigned. Resources allocated to different sanctuaries. The boy listens. Quietly. There is a structure behind everything now. Not only writing, but flow. Movement of goods. Movement of offerings. Movement of responsibility. The seals are broken. The scroll is opened. The writing inside is dense, precise, carefully arranged in strict columns. The working scribe begins to explain the structure, not in detail of meaning, but in method. How to read it, how to copy it, how to preserve its exact order. The boy studies it carefully. He sees now that even sacred spaces are part of the system. Temples are not isolated. They are connected through records, through writing, through careful accounting. He begins to copy. Slowly at first. Matching the structure. Respecting the spacing. Maintaining alignment. There is no room for looseness here. Everything must remain exact. The older scribe walks behind him. He does not speak. But his presence is firm. Observing. Quietly guiding the atmosphere of the room. The boy continues. His focus deepens. A small mistake appears. A symbol slightly misaligned in a column. He notices immediately. Fixes it. Without pause. There is a growing instinct now. A sense of when something is not right. Not taught, but learned through repetition. The hours pass. The scroll slowly becomes mirrored on his papyrus. Line by line. Column by column. Outside, the sun rises higher. The air warms. The world continues its ordinary flow. Inside, everything is concentrated into ink and structure. The working scribe reviews completed sections. He checks alignment. He checks consistency. He checks clarity. Sometimes he corrects small things. Sometimes he says nothing. Silence itself becomes part of instruction. The boy feels this more and more. That learning here is not only correction. It is observation. Absorption. Adaptation. He begins to understand the weight of what he is doing. Not dramatic weight, but quiet responsibility. Each line he writes may leave this place. Each record may be used elsewhere. Each symbol must be reliable. This awareness settles into him like calm water. By midday, The scroll is nearly complete. The boy pauses briefly, flexes his fingers, lets them rest for a moment. There is a soft ache in his hand, but it is familiar now. Not uncomfortable, just present. The older scribe allows a short rest. No words are needed. The rhythm itself signals the pause. The boy looks down at his work. Rows of structured writing. Clean. Ordered. Consistent. He realizes something quietly. He is no longer copying to learn. He is copying to maintain reality as it is recorded. That thought does not feel heavy. It feels steady. Like something that belongs. The afternoon continues. More documents arrive. Some simpler. Some more complex. The boy handles them without hesitation now. Each new scroll feels like a continuation of what he has already learned. Not separate tasks, but one ongoing responsibility. The older scribe eventually gathers the day's completed work. He reviews briefly, then secures them. No praise is given. No criticism either. Only continuation. The boy understands this language now. Silence is approval when nothing is wrong. Silence is instruction when something needs attention. Silence is the structure itself. As the light begins to soften toward evening, the boy cleans his tools as usual. Reed pen, palette, surface. All return to their place. He stands. He feels the day in his hands. In his posture. In his focus. He walks home beside his father. The path is the same. But inside him, the world feels slightly more ordered than before. Not because the world has changed, but because he has learned how it is held together. And as the sun lowers over the Nile once again, reflecting a calm and endless flow of time, the life of the scribe continues forward, quietly deepening into a world built on record, memory, and steady written order. Next part 13 Full adult scribe responsibility, independent work, temple archives, taxation authority level. Next part 13 The rhythm of the days has now settled into something deeper than learning. It feels less like training and more like placement. As if the boy is no longer moving toward a role, but slowly standing inside it. There is no moment where this is announced. No ceremony. Only a gradual shift in what is placed before him each morning. Today, when he arrives, the papyrus is already waiting. But it is not prepared for practice. It is not arranged for demonstration. It is already part of an ongoing archive. The older scribe does not look up immediately. He is reviewing other records. Quietly checking older entries, comparing lines, confirming continuity. The boy sits. He prepares his tools without speaking. His movements are calm now. Familiar. Almost automatic. Then he looks down at the work. And understands immediately that this is different again. These are not simple records of grain or temple offerings. They are extended administrative archives. Multi-layered entries. Cross-referenced lists. Updates from previous seasons. The writing connects across time. What was written before must now be continued correctly. Any mistake would break the chain. The boy feels a quiet awareness settle in him. He begins. The reed pen touches the papyrus. And the work resumes like a continuation of something already in motion long before he arrived. Each line requires attention. Not only to form, but to consistency with what came before. A name must match earlier spelling. A number must align with prior totals. A symbol must remain unchanged across entries. There is no room for variation. Only continuity. Around him, the room feels quieter than usual. Not because fewer people are present, but because the work itself demands deeper focus. The working scribe arrives later in the morning. He carries multiple sealed rolls this time. He does not open them immediately. He places them in order. Carefully. Almost ceremonially in their simplicity. Then he speaks. Softly. These are temple tax records. Land assessments. Seasonal obligations. The boy listens without moving. He understands now that this is the structure behind everything he has seen before. Not just writing, but administration of life itself. Land produces grain. Grain is measured. Measured grain becomes record. Record becomes order. Everything connects. Everything depends on accuracy. The working scribe opens one scroll. Slowly. Carefully. Inside are long columns. Names of landowners. Measurements of fields. Amounts of expected yield. The boy studies it. Quietly. This is not just data. It is governance. He is given a section to copy. But this time, he is not simply following. He is participating in maintaining an official record system. He dips his pen. Begins. The writing is slower than before. Not because he is uncertain, but because he is aware. Every entry matters. Every number holds consequence. The older scribe walks behind him. He does not interrupt, but he watches closely. Not to correct often, but to ensure stability. The boy writes a sequence of land measurements. Carefully. Line by line. A small inconsistency appears. A symbol slightly compressed in one column. He notices immediately. Fixes it. Without hesitation. This response is now instinctive. Not learned consciously anymore, but formed through repetition. The hours move forward. Slowly. Steadily. Without interruption. Outside, the Nile continues its constant movement. Fields beyond the village stretch under the sun. Farmers work in patterns that mirror the records being written inside. Inside, everything is mirrored in ink. Land becomes writing. Writing becomes order. The boy begins to see how deeply the system extends. It is not limited to temples. Not limited to storage. Not limited to administration. It is the structure of daily life itself. He continues writing. Line after line. Entry after entry. By midday, he is no longer thinking about individual symbols. He is thinking in structure. In columns. In continuity. This shift happens quietly. Without awareness. But it is real. The working scribe reviews his section. He checks alignment. He traces continuity between entries. He nods once. No words are needed. The boy feels a quiet acknowledgement in that gesture. The afternoon continues. More records arrive. Some corrections from earlier documents. Some extensions of older lists. Some new entries that must be integrated into existing systems. He works through them steadily. One by one. Without pause beyond necessity. The older scribe eventually steps away for a time. Leaving the space under the working scribe's supervision. This feels significant. But still unspoken. The boy realizes something quietly. He is now being trusted to maintain records without constant oversight. Not fully independent. But no longer purely guided either. A transition without announcement. As the light begins to shift toward evening, the work slows naturally. Not because it is finished, but because the day itself is closing. The final scroll is secured. The ink is allowed to settle. The records are prepared for storage. The boy cleans his tools. Carefully. As always. But something about the motion feels slightly different now. More practiced. More certain. He stands. Looks briefly at the completed work. It is not personal. It is not individual expression. It is part of a larger system that continues beyond him. And that understanding no longer feels distant. It feels close. Present. He walks home as the evening light softens over the Nile once again. The water reflects the fading sky in long, calm strokes. And within him, quietly and steadily, the life of a scribe has now fully taken shape, not as learning alone, but as ongoing participation in the living record of a world that depends on his steady hand. Next part 14 Mature Scribe Life, Independent Temple Assignments, Full Archival Responsibility. Next part 14 By now, the boy is no longer arriving as someone who is learning how to become a scribe. He arrives as someone who is already expected to work like one. The change was never spoken aloud. It simply happened in the quiet way that most important changes do in this place. One day, he was copying. Now, he is contributing. The morning light feels familiar as it always does. Soft. Unhurried. Spreading slowly across the river and the land beyond it. But inside him, something has settled into place that was not there before. A sense of responsibility that no longer feels new. When he enters the workspace, there is no waiting for instruction. A papyrus is already placed for him. Not for practice. Not for correction. But for completion. The older scribe is present, but no longer guiding every movement. His role has shifted. He observes more than he speaks. He verifies more than he directs. The working scribe now speaks to him directly at times. Not as a student, but as someone handling real records. Today's documents are heavier in meaning. Not physically, but in purpose. Temple inventory. Stored grain distribution. Seasonal tax confirmation. These are not drafts. They are official entries that will be archived. Used. Referenced. Trusted. The boy listens as the instructions are given. Calmly. Without interruption. Then he begins. The reed pen touches the papyrus, and the work resumes in the same quiet rhythm as always. But now, there is no hesitation at the beginning of each line. Only continuation. The symbols come with familiarity. The structure is understood. The flow between entries feels natural. Still, he remains careful. Because he now knows something more deeply than before. A single mistake here does not remain here. It moves beyond him. Into systems. Into records that others depend on. The working scribe places additional scrolls nearby. Some are older entries that require updates. Some are corrections from previous records. The boy understands immediately. He is not only writing new information. He is maintaining continuity across time. He begins to see the system in full shape now. Not just isolated documents, but an interconnected archive. Each scroll depends on another. Each entry refers to something already written. Each number must align with what came before. There is no single page. Only layers of ongoing record. The boy works steadily. Line after line. Scroll after scroll. Around him, Others are also working at a similar level now. The room feels different than it did in earlier days. Less like a place of learning. More like a place of maintenance. The older scribe occasionally steps forward. He checks older entries. He compares values. He ensures consistency across documents written on different days. This is what holds the system together. Not speed, but accuracy across time. The boy notices something subtle. The older scribe is no longer correcting him often. Only occasionally adjusting small details. This absence of correction is not emptiness. It is trust forming quietly. The working scribe assigns him a new section. More complex. Multiple columns. Cross-referenced entries. The boy accepts it without hesitation. He studies it briefly. Then begins. The rhythm is steady now. No longer slow learning. No longer careful imitation. It is structured work. A column of land records. A list of ownership confirmations. A tally of seasonal distribution. He writes each one carefully. But without the pauses that once defined his early practice. His hand moves with quiet confidence. His attention remains steady for longer stretches without strain. Time passes without urgency. The sun rises higher. Then begins its slow descent. The work continues through this movement of light. Uninterrupted. Unmarked by sudden change. At one point, a discrepancy appears in the older records. A number that does not align with the updated entry. The boy notices it. He does not panic. He does not rush. He checks the previous line. Then the one before it. He identifies the correction needed. And adjusts the record accordingly. This process now feels natural. Not difficult. Not stressful. Just part of the responsibility. The working scribe observes this silently. There is no comment. Only a brief pause. Then he moves on. The older scribe later reviews the corrected section. He traces the continuity across entries. He confirms alignment. And then, almost imperceptibly, he allows it to pass without change. The boy understands this moment more deeply than words could explain. It means stability. It means reliability. It means the system can now hold his work without disruption. As the afternoon light begins to soften, the final documents are gathered. Secured. Prepared for storage within temple archives. The boy watches as his work is rolled and tied. Not as something personal, but as part of a larger collection of records that will remain long after the day ends. He cleans his tools slowly. Carefully. The motion is familiar now. Almost meditative. When he stands, there is no sense of completion. Only continuation. He walks home as the sky shifts toward evening once more. The Nile reflects the fading light in long, calm patterns. And within him, something quiet but undeniable has taken root. He is no longer just a learner. He is part of the system that remembers. That records. That holds together the daily life of an entire world in steady ink across papyrus. And as the night begins to settle over the land again, the quiet work of the scribe continues beyond any single day, flowing forward without end, carried by hands that now move with calm certainty through the long, silent responsibility of writing history as it happens. Next part 15 Final advanced stage, Master Scribe, Temple Authority Level, Archival Keeper, End Phase Life. Next part 15 The feeling of becoming has long since faded. What remains now is something quieter. More settled. As if this life was never something he entered, but something he gradually aligned with day after day, line after line, without ever noticing the exact moment it fully took hold. The mornings no longer feel new. They feel complete before they even begin. The same soft light over the Nile. The same slow movement of people waking. The same steady path beneath his feet. But his role within it has changed completely. He is no longer assigned simple sections. No longer guided step by step. No longer checked after every line. Now, documents are placed before him with expectation. Not instruction. Expectation. He sits in the workspace as he always does. The reed pen is already familiar in his hand in a way that no longer feels like learning or practice. It feels like extension. The older scribe is still present. But his presence has become more distant in function. Less correction. More acknowledgement. The working scribe now speaks to him differently. Not explaining. Not guiding. But confirming what is required. Today's work is deeper within the temple system than before. Not just records. Not just administration. But archival consolidation. This means something simple in form, but heavy in purpose. Old records are being reviewed. Rewritten for clarity. Standardized for long-term storage. The boy listens as scrolls are placed before him. Some are faded. Some are worn. Some carry the marks of many hands before his time. He understands immediately what is being asked. He is not creating new records. He is preserving existing truth in a stable form. He begins. The reed pen moves across the papyrus with quiet certainty now. There is no hesitation at the start of each line. No uncertainty between symbols. He reads older entries. He aligns them with current structure. He corrects inconsistencies not as mistakes, but as adjustments toward clarity. Around him, the room feels still in a deeper way than before. Not silent from lack of sound, but silent from focus. Every movement is deliberate. Every correction has consequence. Every line is part of something larger than the moment it is written. The older scribe walks through once. He does not stop. He does not speak. But his eyes follow the flow of the work. And he continues walking. This is different now. It is no longer observation of learning. It is observation of trust. The boy continues working through multiple scrolls. Some require rewriting entire sections. Some require only subtle alignment corrections. Some require comparison between versions written years apart. Time passes without interruption. The light shifts. The air warms. Then cools again. But he remains within the work. Steady. Present. At one point, he receives a scroll marked with temple authority seals. This is not common. It carries weight. Not physically, but in responsibility. He studies it carefully. It contains allocations for temple offerings across multiple regions. It is structured, but requires confirmation and refinement before final archiving. He begins to work. Slower than usual at first. Not from difficulty, but from awareness. This document connects multiple systems, multiple regions, multiple records. A single misalignment could affect more than one archive. He works carefully, line by line, cross-checking entries with earlier scrolls, maintaining consistency across all references. The working scribe observes briefly, then steps away. There is no intervention. Only trust in process. The boy feels this trust now more clearly than ever. It is not given through words. It is given through absence of correction. He continues. Hours pass. The scrolls grow into a line structure under his hand. When he finishes, he does not look for approval immediately. He simply reviews his own work. Quietly. Carefully. Then he sets it aside for sealing. The older scribe returns later. He reviews the consolidated records. He traces continuity. He checks alignment across documents. He pauses longer this time. Not at errors, but at consistency. Then he gives a small nod. Almost imperceptible, but final in meaning. The work is accepted into archive standard. No announcement follows. No celebration. Only continuation. The boy cleans his tools as usual. But his movements now carry a deeper calm. Not fatigue. Not effort. But completion within continuity. He stands. He looks at the space around him. This place no longer feels like where he learns. It feels like where he belongs. He walks home as the day begins to close. The Nile reflects the evening sky again, unchanged in its endless motion. But within him, something has fully settled. He is part of the archive now. Part of the system that holds memory for a civilization. Not as a student. Not as an apprentice. But as a trusted scribe. And as night gently returns over the land, the writing does not feel like it ends with the day. It feels like it simply continues, carried forward in ink, in records, and in the quiet hands that preserve everything that must not be forgotten. End of part 15. Next part 16. There comes a point in this life when nothing feels new anymore. Not in a tiring way. Not in a dull way. But in a settled way, like a river that has long known its path and no longer questions the shape of its movement. The scribe no longer notices the beginning of his day. Only its continuation. Morning arrives as always. Soft light over the water. Quiet movement along the paths. Familiar air that carries no surprise, only presence. He wakes without hesitation now. There is no transition from sleep into uncertainty. Only from rest into work. When he enters the archive space, the documents are already prepared. Not placed for instruction. Not arranged for training. But assigned. He sits. He does not wait. He begins. The reed pen moves immediately. The hand no longer needs preparation. The body no longer needs adjustment. Even thought feels secondary to the rhythm that has formed over years. Today's work is not simple. It is not new either. It is continuation of long records that span seasons. Years. Generations. He opens a scroll. Carefully sealed. Carefully preserved. Inside are temple accounts that stretch back into earlier administrations. Some lines are written in older forms. Some numbers reflect systems that have since been refined. His task is not to change meaning. Only to stabilize it. To bring it into clarity that can last beyond time. He reads. Slowly. Not because he is unsure. But because he is precise. Then he writes. Each correction is subtle. A number aligned. A symbol clarified. A spacing adjusted so that meaning cannot be misread in the future. Around him, the archive space feels different than it once did. It is no longer a place of learning. It is no longer even a place of supervision. It is a place of maintenance of memory. Other scribes move quietly through their own sections. Each one working on different layers of the same system. Some handling temple offerings. some correcting land records, some organizing older scrolls into long-term storage. There is no urgency, only continuity. At one point, a senior official from the temple enters. His presence is formal, but not disruptive. He carries himself with the calm authority of someone who depends on what is written here. He does not speak loudly. He does not interrupt work. He simply observes for a moment, then requests a specific archive. It is brought without delay, placed before the scribe. The document concerns redistribution of temple resources after seasonal harvest. It is not small. It connects multiple regions, multiple record cycles. The scribe opens it, studies it, and immediately begins verification. There is no pause for instruction, no need for guidance, only understanding. He compares entries, checks continuity with older records, ensures that nothing contradicts prior archives. The work is slow, but not heavy. It is controlled, like breathing measured over long time. The temple official waits quietly. He does not rush. He understands what is happening here. The scribe finishes a section, adjusts a line, confirms alignment, then continues. Time passes in a way that is no longer marked by feeling, only by completion of sections. The document is eventually returned, corrected where needed, confirmed where stable. The official gives a brief nod, and leaves. No words of praise are spoken. They are not needed. The scribe returns to his regular work. Another scroll, another archive, another layer of the same long system. As the afternoon light begins to soften through the high openings of the archive hall, the atmosphere grows quieter. Not because work slows, but because focus deepens. He pauses once, not from fatigue, but from awareness. A small moment where he looks across the room, at rows of scrolls, at the structure of recorded life stretching outward in silence. Everything is here. Fields, temples, offerings, taxes, names, numbers, time itself, held in ink. And he understands, without needing thought, that his life has become part of this structure. Not separate from it, not observing it, but sustaining it. He returns to work. The reed pen continues its movement. Line after line, scroll after scroll. When the day finally reaches its natural end, there is no clear stopping point. Only the gradual easing of activity. Scrolls are closed. Ink is allowed to settle. Tools are cleaned. He stands. Not as a student leaving work. Not as a learner ending a session. But as someone finishing a cycle that will begin again without interruption. He walks home as evening settles over the Nile. The river reflects the fading light as it always has. Unchanged, unrushed, endless. And within him, there is no longer a sense of arrival or becoming. Only presence. He is a scribe. Not defined by moment, but by continuity, by record, by the quiet responsibility of ensuring that nothing important is lost to time. And as night spreads gently across the land once more, the archive does not feel closed. It simply rests, waiting for the next morning, the next scroll, the next steady line that will continue the memory of a world written softly into permanence. End of part 16. Next part 17. The night in this place is never truly empty. It is quieter, yes. The sounds of movement fade. The village settles into stillness. The Nile continues its slow, patient flow under the dark sky. But within the temple archive, something remains gently alive. Not noise. Not activity. But continuity. Even when the scribe is not writing, he feels it. The presence of what has been written. The weight of what will be written again. He wakes before full morning light. Not suddenly. Not with effort. Just a natural return, like the body already knows where it belongs before thought begins. The air is cool. The walls of the archive hold the faint chill of night. Oil lamps are already being prepared by attendants. Their small flames begin to push back the darkness in soft circles of light. The scribe enters the workspace. There is no waiting. There is no beginning ritual. Only placement into position. A set of scrolls is already waiting. This time, older than usual. Some are marked with faded ink. Some carry corrections from many hands over many seasons. These are not active records. They are preserved memory. But memory that still requires care. He sits. Opens the first scroll. And begins. The work today is restoration. Not rewriting meaning. But restoring clarity. Ensuring that what was written long ago can still be read correctly in the present. He studies the ink carefully. Some lines have faded slightly. Some symbols have lost sharpness at the edges. Not enough to destroy meaning. But enough to risk confusion over time. So he begins the slow process of renewal. Each symbol is traced again with careful attention. Not replaced. Reinforced. Strengthened. Around him, other scribes work in similar silence. Each handling different layers of the same responsibility. The preservation of what came before. There is no urgency in this work. Time is not something that presses here. Time is something that must be respected. As the morning grows brighter, a senior temple recorder arrives. He brings a small bundle of scrolls marked for verification. He does not speak much. Only places them down with quiet formality. The scribe understands immediately. These are records that must remain stable for official reference. Not for display. Not for learning. But for authority. He opens the first one. And reads. It contains temple provisioning records across multiple cycles. Each entry tied to seasonal offerings and distribution. He checks consistency. Not only within the scroll, but against older preserved records stored nearby. The work becomes layered. One document leads to another. One correction leads to confirmation elsewhere. He moves through them steadily. Without pause. Without distraction. There is a calm precision in his focus now that did not exist in earlier stages of his life. Not effort. Not strain. But clarity. At one point, he finds a discrepancy. A small inconsistency in recorded distribution amounts. He does not correct immediately. He traces it backward. Through earlier records. Through related entries. Only after confirming the source does he make the adjustment. This is no longer learning behavior. This is archival responsibility. The senior recorder returns later. He reviews the corrected sequence. He reads slowly. Then nods once. That single nod carries more meaning than words would. The scroll is accepted into permanent record alignment. The scribe returns to his work without pause. Another set of documents. Another restoration cycle. As the day progresses, light shifts through the high openings in the archive walls. Dust moves gently in thin beams of sunlight. Everything feels suspended in calm order. He notices, briefly, how silence here is not emptiness. It is structure. A shared understanding that nothing should break the flow of attention. Even breathing feels part of the rhythm. Slow. Controlled. Steady. Hours pass. Records are completed. Scrolls are restored. Archives are stabilized. At midday, there is a brief pause. Not for rest alone, but for alignment. For checking continuity across multiple sections before proceeding further. He drinks water slowly. Not hurried. Not distracted. Just enough to continue. Then he returns to work. By afternoon, the workload shifts again. New scrolls arrive. Not for correction, but for integration. These are recent temple records that must be added into existing archive structure. Merged carefully with older systems. He studies them. Then begins the integration process. Each entry must match established format. Each symbol must align with archival standard. Each number must remain consistent with historical continuity. He works through them steadily. Without interruption. Without hesitation. The older sense of learning is no longer present. There is only execution of responsibility. As the sun begins to lower, the archive slowly transitions toward evening stillness. Work is completed in sections. Scrolls are sealed. Records are placed in storage chambers. The scribe cleans his tools. Reed pen. Ink container. Surface cloth. Each returned to place. He stands. Looks briefly across the archive hall. Rows of stored knowledge. Layers of preserved time. There is no sense of ownership here. Only participation. He walks out as the evening air cools once more. The Nile beyond the temple reflects a sky fading into soft shadow. And within him, something remains steady and unchanged now. Not ambition. Not uncertainty. But alignment. He is part of the archive in the most complete sense now. Not as worker. Not as observer. But as one of the quiet forces that ensure memory itself does not fade. And as night settles again over the land, the scrolls rest in their chambers, but the system they form continues to breathe softly through every careful hand that maintains it. End of Part 17. Next Part 18. The archive does not truly sleep. It only becomes quieter. The lamps are dimmed, one by one, until only a few remain burning in the deeper chambers where the oldest records are kept. The air grows cooler. Still. And heavy with the presence of stored time. The scribe enters before sunrise again. There is no announcement of the day beginning. Only the natural return to place. Today, the work waiting for him feels different. Not in difficulty, but in sensitivity. He is led into a deeper section of the archive. A place where older scrolls are not only stored, but rarely opened. Kept for reference that is needed only in specific moments. The lighting here is softer. Lower. More careful. Every movement feels slightly slower, as if the space itself encourages restraint. A senior archivist meets him at the entrance. He carries a small set of sealed documents. His expression is calm, but serious in a quiet way. These are royal temple records. Connected to ceremonial offerings and long-term resource allocation. They are not often accessed. But when they are, accuracy must be absolute. The scribe listens. Nods once. And takes the scrolls carefully. He sits at a low desk. Opens the first seal. And begins. The writing inside is older in style. more formal, more structured in ceremonial language. He reads slowly, not because he cannot understand, but because he respects the structure of what he is handling. Then he begins comparison. These records must align with existing archive chains that span multiple years. Every entry must match stored references. Every number must be consistent across time. He traces connections carefully. One scroll leading into another. One entry confirming another from a different season. The work is no longer just writing. It is verification of continuity across generations. Around him, the archive remains silent. Even the movement of others feels distant, as if the deeper chamber holds its own sense of time. He adjusts a line, not changing meaning, only correcting alignment between two recorded systems. A small shift, but important for long-term clarity. The senior archivist watches from a short distance. He does not interrupt. He only observes the stability of the process. The scribe continues. Scroll after scroll. Layer after layer. At one point, he pauses briefly. Not from confusion, but from recognition of how far the system extends. What he is holding is not just record keeping. It is memory that governs trust between temple, land, and authority. Everything depends on it being preserved correctly. He resumes work. More carefully now. More aware. Outside the archive chambers, morning light slowly grows stronger. But inside, time feels unchanged. Still. Measured only by completion of sections. Later, another set of documents is brought in. These are cross-temple allocation records. Multiple regions. Multiple responsibilities. He understands immediately the complexity involved. These must remain consistent across all connected archives. He begins verification. Checking alignment between distributions. Confirming that recorded transfers match existing systems. The work is meticulous. Not difficult in the sense of understanding, but requiring patience at every step. Each correction is small, but each one carries long-reaching consequence. A single number adjusted properly ensures clarity across multiple records. A single symbol aligned correctly prevents confusion in future referencing. He works steadily through it. No rush. No hesitation. Only sustained attention. At midday, there is a pause in activity. The senior archivist allows brief stillness. Not rest in the casual sense, but reset of focus. The scribe sits quietly. His hands remain still. His mind does not drift. Only settles. He understands something more deeply now. This work is not about speed or completion. It is about maintaining integrity across time. He drinks water slowly, then returns to work. By afternoon, the records are nearly complete. The final sections require cross-confirmation with stored archive references. He moves carefully through them, ensuring no deviation exists between historical records and current updates. When he finishes, he reviews everything once more. Quietly. Thoroughly. Then he places the scrolls aside for sealing. The senior archivist steps forward. He examines the completed set. Reads through selected sections. Checks alignment. A long pause follows. Not tense. Just attentive. Then he gives a single nod. The records are accepted into archival continuity. No ceremony follows. Only continuation of the system. The scribe cleans his tools. Carefully. As always. but there is a slight difference now in his movement. A deeper ease. As if precision has become natural rather than practiced. He stands. Looks once more at the deep archive chamber. Rows of preserved memory stretching quietly into dim light. There is no sense of final achievement here. Only participation in something that never stops. He walks out into the evening air. The Nile beyond reflects soft fading light again. Unchanged. Steady. Endless. And within him, there is only calm awareness now. Not of progress. Not of arrival. But of belonging to a system that carries memory forward without interruption. As night returns once more over the land, the archive continues to hold its silence, while every carefully written line inside it remains alive in structure, waiting for the next hand to continue what never truly ends. End of Part 18. Next. Part 19. There are days when even time inside the archive feels heavier. Not because the work changes, but because the responsibility behind it becomes more visible. The scribe arrives before the lamps are fully lit. The corridor into the archive is still dim. The stone walls hold the coolness of the night, and the air feels untouched, as if the building itself has not yet fully woken. Today, he is not sent to restoration. Not to routine records. Not to standard temple accounts. Instead, he is directed towards something more delicate. More closely guarded. He is taken to a restricted section of the archive. A place where access is controlled not by difficulty, but by authority. The senior archivist accompanies him. His presence is quiet, but firm in meaning. He speaks softly. These records are not for general temple use. They are for internal alignment between High Temple administration and regional overseers. The scribe listens without interruption. Then nods once. The scroll is placed in front of him. Sealed. Marked. Carefully stored. He opens it. Slowly. Inside are records that connect temple systems with external governance structures. Land boundaries. Resource agreements. Long-term allocations across regions tied to seasonal cycles. The writing is precise, but layered. Each entry depends on multiple previous confirmations. The scribe begins reading. Not quickly. Not passively. But with full attention to structure. Every line carries dependency. Every number connects to earlier agreements. Every symbol must remain consistent across multiple archival layers. He begins the work. The reed pen moves carefully. Slower than usual at first. Not because of uncertainty, but because of awareness. This is not just correction. This is validation of structural integrity across systems that extend beyond the temple itself. Around him, the archive feels quieter than before. Even other scribes seem to move with increased restraint. As if the nature of the documents affects the atmosphere itself. He compares entries. One scroll against another. One system against a parallel record. Small inconsistencies appear. Not errors, but variations from older recording methods. He identifies them carefully and standardizes them according to current archival structure. Each correction is subtle, but necessary for long-term coherence. The senior archivist watches silently. His gaze follows only key moments. Not every line. Only structural decisions. At one point, he steps closer. Observes a section being aligned. Then steps back again. No comment is made. This silence carries meaning. It confirms stability. The scribe continues working. Hours pass without notice. The scroll gradually transforms from layered complexity into aligned clarity. By midday, he pauses briefly. Not from fatigue, but from mental recalibration. He looks over the work completed so far. Cross-referenced. Aligned. Consistent. Then continues. The afternoon brings additional documents. Updates from regional temple accounts. Adjustments to older resource distributions. He integrates them carefully, ensuring nothing contradicts established archive structure. This part of the work feels different. Not just preservation, but synchronization. Multiple systems brought into alignment through writing. He begins to understand the true nature of what he is doing. The archive is not passive storage. It is active structure, maintained continuously. Without this maintenance, systems drift. Records diverge. Meaning becomes uncertain. His role is to prevent that drift. Quietly. Continuously. As the light begins to shift toward evening, the final confirmations are made. Each section reviewed. Each alignment verified. The senior archivist steps forward again. He examines the final structure. Reads carefully. Then pauses longer than usual. After a moment, he gives a slight nod. Not approval. Not praise. Confirmation of stability. The scroll is accepted into restricted archive continuity. The scribe lowers his pen. Lets his hands rest for a moment. He feels no exhaustion. Only a deep stillness. As if the mind has completed a long cycle of attention. He cleans his tools. Places them carefully in order. The archive around him begins its slow transition into evening quiet. Lamps are adjusted. Scrolls are sealed. Chambers are secured. He stands. Looks once across the restricted section. There is no emotion of triumph. No sense of elevation. Only understanding of place. He walks out with the others. The corridor feels longer in the fading light. But familiar. Outside, the Nile reflects the final colors of the day again. Soft. Endless. Unbroken. And within him, something has fully stabilized. He is no longer moving upward. No longer transitioning. He is positioned within the structure itself. As part of its maintenance. Its continuity. Its quiet preservation of order across time. And as night settles once more over the land, the archive remains unchanged in appearance, but alive in function, carried forward by hands that ensure its memory does not drift, even across generations that have not yet arrived. End of part 19. Next part 20. The archive is quieter in the deepest hours before dawn. Not because it is empty, but because everything inside it has already been decided. Nothing here is uncertain anymore. Only maintained. The scribe arrives early, as always. The stone corridors are still dark enough that each step feels slightly separate from the next, as if the building is listening but not yet responding. Today, there is no pile of new documents waiting in plain sight. Instead, he is led further than before. Past the usual chambers. Past the standard archives. Into the oldest section of the temple record system. This is a place that does not feel like work in the usual sense. It feels like preservation of time itself. The air is cooler here. Still. Almost unmoving. Even sound seems softer, as if it must pass through layers of history before it can be heard. The senior archivist walks beside him. He does not speak for a long time. Then, quietly, he says only what is necessary. These are foundational records. The earliest alignments of temple, land, and royal agreements. What everything else is built upon. The scribe listens and understands the weight without needing further explanation. He is given a scroll, older than most he has handled. The edges are worn carefully, not from neglect, but from age. Handled only when necessary. He opens it slowly. Inside are the earliest structured records of temple organization, land allocations, early tax systems, foundational agreements between regions and temple authority. The writing is different in subtle ways. Older forms of symbols, earlier structural arrangements, but still recognizable beneath time. He begins to read carefully, not to change, but to understand alignment. Then the work begins. His task is not correction in the usual sense. It is stabilization across time, ensuring that these earliest records remain compatible with the systems built upon them. He traces entries forward and backward, comparing how later records evolved from these foundations. Every line becomes part of a larger continuity. Not isolated, not separate, but connected through generations of record keeping. Around him, the archive feels even more silent than before, as if even movement respects the depth of what is being handled. He begins careful transcription, not rewriting history, but creating a stabilized reference version that ensures clarity for future use. Each symbol is written with deliberate precision, each spacing chosen to match established archival structure. Each entry aligned so it can remain readable across time. The senior archivist observes without interruption. His presence is steady, anchoring. At times, he leans slightly closer to check alignment, then steps back again without comment. This work takes longer than usual, not because it is difficult, but because it requires patience with time itself. The scribe notices something quietly as he works. He is no longer thinking about individual documents. He is thinking in layers. Original record, later modification, current stabilization, future compatibility. All of it at once. This is how the archive exists. Not as single moments of writing, but as continuous adjustment across time. He continues working. Hours pass without interruption. The faint shift of light through narrow openings marks the passage of the day, but does not disturb focus. At one point, he pauses. Not from uncertainty, but from recognition. He sees how every record he has ever worked on connects back to this foundation. Every correction, every entry, every archive alignment, all of it traces back here. The beginning of structure. He resumes work. More carefully now, with deeper awareness. As midday approaches, the scroll is nearly fully stabilized. Only final alignment remains. He completes it slowly, then reviews the entire structure from start to finish. No inconsistencies remain. No drifting between layers of time. The senior archivist steps forward. He examines the finalized document. His eyes move slowly across the lines. He pauses longer than usual. Not searching for error, but confirming permanence. Then he gives a quiet nod. This record is accepted as foundational archive reference. No further adjustment will be made unless new systems require integration generations later. The scribe lowers his pen, and for a moment, simply sits in stillness. Not tired, not relieved, just aware of what has been completed. He cleans his tools carefully. as always. Every movement familiar now. Every motion part of long repetition. The archive begins its gradual shift toward evening again. Scrolls are sealed. Chambers are secured. Lamps are adjusted for lower light. He stands. Looks once more into the deepest chamber, where older records remain stored in quiet permanence. There is no sense of ending here. Only continuation through time. He walks out into the corridor. The stone feels cooler now. The air slightly softer. Outside, the Nile reflects the last light of the day once again. Unchanged. Endless. Patient. And within him, something has settled completely now. He is no longer just a keeper of records. He is part of the structure that ensures records remain stable across time itself. Not at the beginning. Not at the end. But within the continuous middle of everything being preserved. And as night gently returns over the land, the archive continues its silent existence, held together not by one moment or one hand, but by the steady continuity of those who preserve what must never be allowed to fade. End of Part 20. Next. Part 21. There is a point in long work where change no longer announces itself. It simply stops being noticeable. The days continue. The archive continues. And the scribe continues with them, as if he has always been part of this steady system of memory. The morning begins in the same soft way as every other morning. Light slowly touching stone. Air still holding the quiet of night. The Nile continuing its calm movement beyond the temple walls. But today, the scribe is not given ordinary work. Not even foundational archives. Not even restricted records. He is summoned deeper. To a chamber he has only passed near, never entered fully. The corridor narrows slightly as he walks. The light becomes more controlled. More intentional. Every step feels like it belongs to a quieter part of the temple's memory. The senior archivist walks beside him. No explanation is given at first. Only movement forward. Finally, they stop. A sealed wooden door stands before them. Older than most he has seen. Polished by time rather than use. The archivist speaks softly. This is the chamber of consolidated memory, where selected records from many generations are brought together. Not to be changed often, but to be understood as a whole. The scribe listens. And nods. The seal is opened. The door slides carefully. And the air inside feels different immediately. Not heavy, but deeply still. Inside, scrolls are stored in structured layers. Not by date alone, but by connection. By meaning. By function across time. This is not a place of individual records. It is a place of systems. The scribe steps in slowly. The sound of his movement feels smaller here. More contained. He is given a set of documents. Not to copy. Not to correct. But to align into a unified reference structure. He understands immediately what this means. He is not working on parts anymore. He is working on the whole. He sits at a low table. Unrolls the first set. And begins. The work is unlike anything before it. Not because it is more difficult, but because it requires constant awareness of everything at once. Each scroll he reads connects to others stored across different layers of the archive. Each entry has meaning only in relation to another. He begins tracing those connections. Carefully. Methodically. A land record links to a temple distribution. A distribution links to a tax entry. A tax entry links back to earlier land agreements. Everything forms a continuous network of meaning. He writes slowly, not to create new records, but to unify existing ones into stable reference alignment. Around him, the chamber remains silent, even more than before, as if the weight of consolidated memory itself demands restraint. The senior archivist watches from a distance, not interrupting, not guiding, only ensuring presence is sufficient. Hours pass without notice. The scribe moves through layers of documentation. One connection after another. One alignment after another. He begins to feel something subtle forming in his understanding. The archive is not simply a collection of records. It is a living structure of relationships across time. And he is now working at the level where those relationships are maintained. At midday, he pauses briefly. Not from fatigue, but from mental clarity forming in stillness. He looks across the chamber. Rows of scrolls. Layers of memory. Connections stretching beyond what one person could ever fully hold at once. And yet, he is holding enough of it to continue the structure. He returns to work. The afternoon brings deeper layers. More interconnected records. More cross-referencing across systems that span generations. He moves through them steadily. No longer thinking in individual entries, but in flows of continuity. A correction here is not local. It affects alignment elsewhere. A clarification there stabilizes meaning across multiple archives. Everything is connected. Everything depends on everything else. By late afternoon, the unified structure begins to take shape. Not as a new creation, but as a clarified version of what already exists. The senior archivist steps forward. He reviews sections carefully, tracing continuity across multiple layers. He pauses. Longer this time. Then he gives a slow, steady nod. The consolidation is accepted into the highest archival reference structure. No further explanation is given. None is needed. The scribe lowers his pen and sits in quiet stillness for a moment longer than usual. Not because he is finished, but because he understands what he has been part of. A system that holds not just records, but the shape of time itself, organized and preserved through careful human attention. He cleans his tools. As always. With the same calm, practiced movement. He stands. Looks once more at the chamber filled with layered memory. Then turns away. The corridor feels the same as when he entered. But something within him has deepened further. He walks out into the evening air. The Nile is visible again in the distance. Still moving. Still unchanged. Still continuing. And within him, there is only quiet understanding now. He is no longer working on the archive. He is working within its structure. As part of the system that ensures memory remains whole across time. And as night returns once more over the land, the great archive rests in silence, while its continuity remains alive through those who quietly maintain the invisible thread connecting every record ever written. End of part 21. Next part 22. There are moments in this life when nothing new happens at all. And yet everything continues to deepen. Not outwardly, but inwardly, where understanding slowly becomes the shape of daily work. The scribe wakes before the lamps are lit. Not because he must, but because his body has long since adapted to the rhythm of the archive. It no longer asks when the day begins. It simply begins. The corridors are quiet as he enters. But not empty. They never are. The archive is always full in a way that is not visible. Full of stored meaning. Full of preserved time. Today, there is no assignment placed directly in front of him. No scroll waiting openly on the table. Instead, the senior archivist speaks softly. A different kind of task today. One that does not begin with writing. He is taken into a review space. A chamber used for long-term verification cycles. Where records are not written, but examined across years of consistency. He sits at a long table. Around him are scrolls from different periods. Some recent. Some very old. Some corrected multiple times across generations. The task is simple to describe, but slow to perform. He must confirm that the entire chain of records remains stable across time. Not just individual accuracy, but continuity of meaning. He opens the first scroll, reads carefully, then opens another, and compares. The work is not about single mistakes. It is about alignment across time itself. A number written decades ago must still match its present interpretation. A land allocation recorded in one cycle must remain consistent through later adjustments. A temple record must reflect the same structure even after administrative changes. He begins to trace these connections slowly. Line by line. Scroll by scroll. Around him, the chamber is quiet in a different way than usual. Less focused on writing. More focused on understanding what has already been written. The senior archivist sits nearby. He does not speak often. Only occasionally places additional scrolls within reach. The scribe works steadily. His attention moves between documents not as separate objects, but as parts of a single continuous structure. Time passes without clear division. There is no sense of beginning or end to the work. Only continuity. At one point, he pauses. Not because of difficulty, but because of realization. He is no longer reading records as isolated entries. He is reading time as a connected system. Every document he holds is part of a larger chain. A chain that stretches beyond what can be held in a single moment. He continues. Carefully. Quietly. A discrepancy appears between two older records. Not large, but significant in structure. He does not rush to correct it. He traces it backward. Through earlier scrolls. Through earlier corrections. Through the logic of how the system evolved. Only then does he understand it. It is not an error. It is a transition point. A change in recording method across administrations. He notes this. Aligns interpretation. And preserves both versions within the system as part of structural history. The senior archivist observes this moment. And remains silent. No correction is needed. Only recognition. The work continues. More comparisons. More alignment checks. More long chains of verification across time. By midday, the scribe no longer feels the separation between documents. Only structure. Only flow. Only continuity. He takes a brief pause. Drinks water slowly. Lets silence settle for a moment. Then returns. The afternoon deepens the work further. He is now reviewing entire systems of records. Not individual entries, but connected archives spanning multiple regions and cycles. Each correction now affects broader structure. Each alignment stabilizes multiple layers at once. He moves through it carefully. With steady attention. Without interruption. The chamber remains quiet. Even movement feels reduced to essentials. By late afternoon, the final comparisons are complete. The structure across all reviewed records is confirmed as stable. The senior archivist steps forward. He reviews the final alignment. Reads slowly. Then pauses. A long silence follows. Not uncertain, but complete. Then he gives a single, calm nod. The continuity system is confirmed intact. No further adjustments required. The scribe lowers his hands and remains still for a moment. Not tired. Not relieved. Just aware of what has been held together through his attention. He cleans his tools. As always. With quiet precision. He stands. Looks once across the chamber of comparison records. This is not where history is written. It is where history is held together. He walks out slowly into the corridor. The air outside feels slightly lighter. Less enclosed. The Nile is visible again in the distance as evening approaches. Still flowing. Still unchanged. Still carrying time forward without pause. And within him, there is a deeper stillness now. Not of completion, but of understanding the entire structure he is part of. He is not only a scribe of records. He is part of the system that ensures those records remain coherent across time itself. And as night settles gently over the land once more, the archive continues in quiet balance. Its memory preserved not by a single moment, but by continuous, careful attention across generations that never stop maintaining it. End of part 22. Next part 23. There is a kind of quiet that does not feel like absence. It feels like structure. Like something carefully held in place so it does not drift apart. The archive has that kind of quiet now. And so does the scribe. The morning begins the same as always. Light slowly gathering along stone walls. Cool air moving through narrow corridors. The distant sound of the Nile continuing its patient movement. Nothing announces change. And yet, the work ahead feels slightly different today. When he enters the archive chamber, there are no scrolls waiting in plain sight. No assigned documents on the table. Instead, the senior archivist is already present. Standing near the deeper storage passage. Waiting. There is no urgency in his posture. Only purpose. He speaks softly. Today, the scribe will enter the sealing chambers, where finalized records are stored permanently after full verification. The scribe listens and understands without question. He follows. The passageway becomes narrower as they walk. The light becomes more controlled. Every step feels slightly more deliberate than the last. Eventually, they reach a heavy stone door. It opens slowly. With care. As if even the air inside must be treated with respect. Inside are rows of sealed archives. Scrolls bound and marked. Organized not by daily function, but by permanence. These are not active records anymore. They are finished memory. The senior archivist gestures toward a section of the room. The scribe is to assist in final placement and verification. He steps forward. Quietly. Carefully. The scrolls are brought to him one by one. Each has already passed through multiple layers of review. But now they must be placed into final structural order. He examines the first scroll. Not for correction, but for final confirmation. It contains long-term temple resource allocations. Fully verified. Cross-referenced. Stabilized across all prior systems. He checks its alignment with the indexing structure of the archive. Ensures it is placed correctly within its category of time and function. Then he places it into the sealed section. Around him, other scribes perform similar work. All movements are slow. Precise. almost ceremonial in their simplicity. There is no conversation, only placement, verification, and continuity. The silence in this chamber feels different from other parts of the archive. It is not silence of focus. It is silence of completion. The scribe continues. Scroll after scroll. Each one carefully checked. Each one carefully placed. At times, he pauses to ensure correct categorization. Not because he is uncertain, but because accuracy here is permanent. The senior archivist observes from a short distance. He does not intervene. He does not guide. He only ensures the structure is maintained. Hours pass in this slow, steady rhythm. No rush. No disruption. Only the careful closing of records into long-term memory. At one point, the scribe holds a scroll slightly longer than usual. It contains multi-cycle temple agreements, layered with past corrections and confirmations. He studies it, then aligns it carefully into its final position. It feels less like handling paper now, and more like handling time itself. By midday, most of the assigned records have been placed. The chamber is quieter than before. Not because work has stopped, but because it is nearing completion for this cycle. The senior archivist steps forward. He reviews the sealed section slowly, reading the placement order, confirming alignment of categories. A long pause follows. Then, a quiet nod. The cycle of verification and sealing is accepted. No further adjustment is required. The scribe lowers his hands slightly, and remains still for a moment. There is no feeling of achievement. Only the awareness that a portion of the archive has been closed correctly into permanence. He begins cleaning his tools. Carefully. As always. The movement is familiar now. Almost grounding. When finished, he stands. Looks once across the sealed chamber. Rows of completed memory resting in ordered stillness. Nothing here moves anymore. But everything here continues to matter. He follows the senior archivist back through the passage. The air outside feels slightly different again. Lighter. Less enclosed. As they reach the main archive corridor, the familiar rhythm returns. Scribes working. Scrolls moving. Records being maintained. But something within him has shifted slightly. Not in direction, but in depth. He now understands a stage of this work that goes beyond writing and correction. It is the final placement of truth into permanence. Not creation. Not revision. But completion. He returns to his station quietly. Another scroll is already waiting. The system continues without pause. And he continues with it. As evening approaches once more, the Nile reflects the soft fading sky beyond the temple walls. Still flowing. Still unchanged. Still carrying the world forward in silence. And within the archive, the cycle begins again tomorrow, as it always does, held together by hands that ensure nothing important is ever lost once it has been written into memory. End of part 23. Next part 24. There is a strange calm that comes after something becomes fully familiar. Not excitement. Not exhaustion. Just a steady acceptance that this is how life moves now, quietly, repeatedly, without needing explanation. The scribe lives inside that calm. The morning begins as it always does. Soft light touching the edges of stone. The distant sound of water moving along the Nile. Footsteps of others already familiar with their places in the day. But today, the senior archivist does not immediately assign work. Instead, he waits. And when the scribe arrives, he speaks with a slightly different tone than usual. There is a review today. Not of individual records. Not of sections. But of the scribe's own long-term work across multiple cycles. The words are simple. But the meaning is deeper. The scribe follows without question. They enter a familiar chamber, but one used only occasionally. A place where completed work is brought together for evaluation across time. Scrolls are already arranged. Not randomly, but carefully selected from different stages of his development within the archive system. Early records. Mid-level corrections. Advanced archival alignments. He sits and begins. At first, it feels like ordinary work. Opening scrolls. Reading entries. Confirming structure. But slowly, the perspective changes. He is not working forward today. He is looking backward. Through his own path. Through the evolution of his responsibility. Early writings appear simple now. Careful, but limited. Focused on form rather than system. Later records show increasing complexity. Cross-referencing. Structural awareness. Multi-layer alignment. He notices it without emotion. Only recognition. This is not memory in the personal sense. It is record of progression inside a system. The senior archivist watches silently. He does not interrupt the process. He allows it to unfold fully. The scribe continues. Scroll after scroll. Stage after stage. Each section reveals not only what was written, but how understanding expanded over time. At one point, he pauses briefly. Not because something is wrong, but because something is clear. His work was never isolated moments of skill. It was continuous adaptation to the structure of the archive itself. He resumes. By midday, the review reaches the most recent layers. Restricted archives. Consolidated systems. Permanent records. Here, the writing is no longer about learning or adjustment. It is about stability. He reads his own most advanced work. Sees alignment across systems that span multiple temple structures. And confirms their continuity. There is no sense of pride. No sense of surprise. Only recognition of consistency. The senior archivist finally speaks. Quietly. The structure is stable. The progression is complete for this cycle. No further words follow. The scribe lowers the scroll gently. And sits in stillness for a moment. Not reflecting emotionally, but absorbing structure. Understanding how deeply embedded his role has become in the system. He is no longer measured by individual tasks, but by continuity across time. The review ends. Scrolls are gathered. Returned to archive flow. They leave the chamber together. The corridor outside feels familiar again. The same quiet movement of people. The same controlled rhythm of daily archive life. But something has shifted slightly in his awareness. He is no longer only working within the archive. He is part of how the archive evaluates itself over time. A living function inside a living system. He returns to his station. A new set of documents is already waiting. And without hesitation, he begins again. The reed pen moves with steady familiarity. The structure of work resumes as if it had never paused. Outside, the Nile continues its endless flow under the soft afternoon light. Unchanging in appearance. Constant in movement. And within the archive, nothing feels different on the surface. But everything continues to deepen beneath it. The scribe writes, not as a beginning, not as an end, but as continuation of something that has no visible edge anymore. And as evening slowly returns over the land, the archive holds its quiet balance once more, carried forward by the same steady attention that ensures its memory remains intact across time without interruption. End of part 24. Next part 25. There are moments in long lives of routine when even silence begins to feel organized. Not empty, not dull, but shaped. As if every hour has already been placed into its correct position before it even arrives. The scribe feels this more clearly now than ever before. Not as a thought, but as a quiet understanding that settles in the background of everything he does. The morning begins without change. The archive doors open at the same time. The lamps are lit in the same order. The same air moves through the stone corridors in its slow, familiar rhythm. But today, the senior archivist does not assign documents immediately. Instead, a different kind of task is prepared. One that does not involve writing at first. The scribe is led to a storage wall lined with sealed records. Hundreds of scrolls arranged in precise order. Each one marked, indexed, and tied into long archival structure. He is given a simple instruction. To verify the integrity of stored sequences across multiple cycles of organization. He listens. And understands that this is not about reading individual content. It is about confirming that nothing has drifted out of place over time. He begins. One scroll at a time. He checks placement. He checks indexing marks. He confirms alignment with archival categorization. There is no urgency in this work. Only attention. Sustained and quiet. Around him, other scribes perform similar tasks in different sections of the chamber. Some adjust storage alignment. Some verify older seals. Some compare indexing systems across generations of records. The archive is not static. It is constantly being maintained, even when nothing appears to change. The scribe moves steadily through the rows. His hands touch scrolls only as needed. His eyes carry most of the work now. He notices small things that once would have gone unseen. A slight shift in labeling consistency between older and newer records. A change in storage pattern that must be accounted for in reference alignment. He corrects nothing yet. He only records observations mentally, as part of the verification process. By midday, the chamber feels unchanged externally. But internally, sections of structure have been confirmed, stabilized, and reaffirmed. The senior archivist arrives quietly. He does not ask for reports. He simply walks the rows alongside the scribe. Observing. At one section, he pauses briefly. Not at a problem, but at a confirmation of consistency across long separated cycles. He continues walking. No words are exchanged. None are needed. The scribe understands that the silence itself is part of evaluation. Not of performance, but of stability. The afternoon brings a shift. Now he is asked to cross-check stored records with active archive references. This is more layered. Older sealed documents must still correspond accurately with updated systems used in ongoing administration. He begins carefully. Opening references. Comparing sequences. Tracing continuity across different archive layers. The work feels like moving through time in overlapping paths. Past records. Present structures. Future reference stability. All connected through careful alignment. At one point, he finds a minor inconsistency. Not an error in content, but a difference in categorization between older and newer systems. He studies it, then adjusts the indexing reference, not the historical content. This distinction is important. He is not changing history, only ensuring its accessibility remains stable across systems. The senior archivist observes from a distance. He does not intervene, only watches the correction process, and then continues on. Hours pass in this quiet pattern. Check. Confirm. Align. Proceed. By late afternoon, the verification cycle nears completion. Large sections of the storage system have been confirmed stable. The scribe steps back briefly. Not from fatigue, but from awareness of scale. He looks across the chamber. Rows upon rows of preserved memory. Each one carefully placed. Each one part of a larger continuity. He realizes something quietly. The archive is not something he works in. It is something that works through everyone inside it. The senior archivist finally speaks. Softly. Only a few words. The structure remains stable. The cycle is complete. No additional instruction follows. The scribe lowers his hands and stands still for a moment, not thinking of completion, but of continuity maintained without disruption. He begins cleaning his tools. Reed pen, marking brush, small containers, each returned to order. The chamber begins to shift toward evening quiet. Scrolls secured. Sections closed. Lighting reduced. He walks out alongside others. The corridor feels the same as always, but slightly more distant somehow. Outside, the Nile reflects the fading sky again. Slow. Unchanging. Endless. And within him, there is only steady clarity now. He is part of a system that does not end each day. It continues, maintains itself, and carries memory forward through constant, careful attention. And as night settles once more over the land, the archive rests in silence, but remains fully alive in structure, held together by the quiet hands that ensure nothing within it ever loses its place across time. End of part 25. Next part 26. There is a point in long, steady work where even change stops feeling like change. It becomes adjustment. Small shifts inside something that already feels complete. The scribe has reached that point without noticing when it happened. The morning begins with the same soft weight of light. Stone walls slowly warming. The air still carrying the quiet of night. Everything familiar. Everything continuing. But today, the senior archivist is already waiting when he arrives. There is no table of documents. No prepared scrolls. Only a quiet instruction. He will be working with incoming records that have not yet been fully classified. This is different. These are not finished archives. Not sealed memory, but unprocessed flow of administrative writing entering the system. He follows the archivist to a transitional chamber. A space between writing and storage. Between creation and permanence. Scrolls arrive here in bundles. Fresh. Recently completed. Still part of active administrative use. They must be reviewed before entering the archive structure. Not for rewriting meaning, but for ensuring correct placement in long-term memory systems. The scribe sits, opens the first scroll, and begins. The writing inside is more immediate than in older archives. Records of recent temple distribution. Updated land assessments. New seasonal adjustments. He reads carefully. Not slowly out of difficulty, but out of respect for precision. Then he begins classification. Each entry must be assigned correct archival category. Each record must be placed into proper structural layer. Each system reference must align with established continuity. This is not correction work. It is placement work. Around him, other scribes handle similar incoming records. The chamber feels active but controlled, like a steady flow being guided into order. The senior archivist moves between sections. He does not stop often. Only confirms that classification decisions remain consistent. The scribe continues. Scroll after scroll. Entry after entry. He begins to notice a subtle pattern. Incoming records reflect immediate life. But archive structure demands long-term stability. So part of his work is translation. Not of language, but of time. He converts immediate records into long-term structural form, without altering meaning, only ensuring continuity. At one point, a record arrives with overlapping classifications. It touches multiple systems. Temple resources, land distribution, seasonal adjustments. He studies it carefully, then assigns layered placement instead of single category. This ensures it remains accessible across multiple archive paths. The senior archivist observes briefly, then moves on. No correction is made. Only silent confirmation. Hours pass. The flow of incoming records continues. The scribe maintains steady attention. No rush. No interruption. Only continuity of placement. By midday, the chamber begins to feel less like processing space, and more like structure forming in real time. The scribe pauses briefly. His hands rest. His eyes remain steady. He looks at the rows of classified records now aligned into archive pathways. He realizes something quietly. He is shaping the future memory of the system in real time. Not by writing history, but by deciding how it will be stored and retrieved later. The senior archivist approaches. He stands beside him for a moment, then speaks softly. The classification system is now fully aligned with incoming flow. No further adjustment is required today. The meaning is simple, but significant. The system can now absorb new records without disruption. The scribe nods, and returns to stillness briefly. The afternoon continues with lighter flow. Mostly confirmation work. Occasional classification adjustments. The intensity shifts, but the structure remains steady. By late afternoon, incoming records slow. The chamber transitions toward closure. The final scroll is placed, reviewed, and assigned. The scribe seals the last section, and steps back. He cleans his tools. Slowly. Familiar motion. The senior archivist does not speak. But there is no need. The silence confirms completion. They leave the chamber together. The corridor feels slightly warmer now, as if the system has absorbed the day's movement and settled again into stability. Outside, the Nile continues its slow reflection of the evening sky. Unchanged in rhythm, unbroken in flow. And within the scribe, there is a quiet realization that has no words attached to it. He is no longer only maintaining archives. He is part of how the archive adapts to the present while preserving the past. A bridge between immediate life and long memory. And as night settles gently once more over the land, the archive continues its quiet transformation, holding both what has already been written and what is still becoming, in the same steady, continuous structure of care. End of part 26. Next, part 27. The archive feels different in the early hours when nothing has yet been placed into it. Not empty. Just waiting. Like a surface that has already been prepared for writing before the hand arrives. The scribe enters before the lamps are fully steady. The corridor light is still uneven, shifting gently as oil flames settle into their rhythm. His footsteps are soft against stone. Familiar now in a way that no longer requires thought. The senior archivist is already present. But today, there is something different in his posture. Not urgency. Not tension. Just preparation. A new cycle of evaluation is beginning. Not of records, but of the system itself. The scribe listens without interruption. He is being asked to participate in a full structural audit of multiple archive layers. From incoming records to sealed memory chambers. Across all levels of continuity. This is not a single chamber task. It is entire system awareness. He follows. They move through familiar corridors first. Then deeper sections. Then areas that are rarely visited even by senior scribes. Each layer of the archive becomes part of a larger map in his mind. Not physical map, but structural one. He begins to see how everything is connected not by location, but by function. Incoming records flow into classification chambers. Classification feeds into active archives. Active archives feed into sealed memory. Sealed memory supports long-term reference systems. Everything is linked. Everything depends on alignment. The audit begins. At the first section, he checks classification accuracy. Ensures incoming records are still being placed correctly into structural categories. Then he moves deeper. Verifying that archived records match active reference systems. Then deeper still. Into sealed chambers where long-term memory is stored. Each layer must remain consistent with the others. Even across time. Even across changes in administrative structure. Around him, other senior scribes participate in parallel sections of the audit. The archive feels like it is being observed from within itself. Not corrected. Not changed. But confirmed in its stability. The senior archivist walks slowly beside him. He does not speak often. Only occasionally points toward structural intersections between archive layers. The scribe understands these without explanation now. He checks alignment between an active record and its sealed counterpart. Then confirms consistency across indexing systems. The work is slow. But not difficult. It requires a different kind of attention. Not detail alone. But relationship between details. As the morning continues, he begins to see subtle imbalances that are not errors, but potential drift points. Places where systems could slowly diverge over time if not regularly confirmed. He notes them. Then stabilizes alignment where needed. By midday, the audit has moved through multiple archive layers. The structure remains intact, but now more clearly understood than before. The scribe pauses briefly. Not from fatigue, but from clarity forming through observation. He sees the archive not as storage, but as a living system that requires continuous alignment across all levels of time. The senior archivist steps closer. He reviews the latest section quietly. Then speaks softly. The system remains stable under full structural audit. No drift detected beyond normal adjustment thresholds. The meaning is simple, but important. The archive is holding its continuity correctly. The scribe nods once, and returns to stillness for a moment. The afternoon continues with final confirmations. Smaller checks. Cross-references. Structural validations across linked sections. The intensity of attention remains steady, but no longer overwhelming. It feels integrated now. By late afternoon, the audit cycle begins to close. Sections are marked complete. Systems confirmed stable. The senior archivist gathers the final report scrolls, reviews them carefully, then seals them. No additional instruction follows. The scribe lowers his hands and remains still for a moment longer than usual. Not because anything is unfinished, but because something has been fully understood. The archive is not a collection of finished records. It is a continuously maintained structure of alignment across time. He cleans his tools. Slowly. As always. They leave the audit chambers together. The corridor feels slightly quieter than before, as if the system itself has settled after being examined. Outside, the Nile reflects the fading light once more. The same movement. The same calm surface. The same endless flow. And within the scribe, something has deepened again. Not skill. Not role. But perception of the entire structure he now belongs to. He is not only within the archive. He is part of how it remains coherent across time. And as night returns softly over the land, the archive settles back into its quiet state, not unchanged, but confirmed in its stability, continuing forward through the careful awareness of those who understand its hidden structure. End of part 27. Next part 28. There is a kind of quiet that follows completion of something large and unseen. Not celebration. Not relief. Just a settling. As if the system itself exhales and returns to its steady shape. The archive feels like that today. The morning arrives gently, as always. Light moving slowly across stone. Air still cool from the night. The Nile continuing its distant, patient motion beyond the temple walls. But the scribe notices something subtle now when he enters. The archive is unchanged in structure, but slightly different in feeling. More stable. More aligned. As if recent cycles of verification have tightened everything into clearer order. The senior archivist is already present. He does not bring new tasks immediately. Instead, he walks with the scribe through familiar corridors. Quietly. Unhurried. This is not assignment. It is observation. They move through active record chambers first. Then classification spaces. Then deeper archive corridors. Along the way, the archivist speaks only when necessary. Not to instruct, but to confirm understanding. The archive is entering a period of long stability. After many cycles of alignment and verification, fewer corrections are expected. More maintenance. Less restructuring. The scribe listens without response, but understands the shift. They reach a familiar chamber where incoming records are usually processed. Today, it is quiet. Only a few scrolls arrive intermittently. The scribe is seated. Given light review work. Nothing heavy. Nothing layered. Just confirmation of continued consistency. He opens the first scroll. Reads. Confirms. Places it into classification. The work is simple now, but not meaningless. Even small records must align with the larger structure. Even simple entries must maintain continuity. Around him, other scribes work in the same reduced rhythm. The archive feels less like a flowing system today, and more like a maintained structure resting in balance. The senior archivist watches briefly, then leaves the chamber. No additional instruction is given. The morning passes quietly. The scribe processes a small number of records. Each one straightforward. Each one already mostly aligned. By midday, there is little remaining to process. The flow of incoming documents is light. Almost sparse. The scribe pauses. Not out of fatigue, but out of recognition of the calm cycle. This is what follows after long periods of alignment. A phase where systems do not need correction. Only upkeep. He looks across the chamber. The structure of the archive feels complete in a different way than before. Not finished, but stable enough to rest between adjustments. The senior archivist returns in the afternoon. He brings no new scrolls. Only confirmation of schedule. The next cycle will focus on long-term monitoring rather than active correction. The system is now in maintenance phase. The meaning is subtle, but important. The archive is functioning as intended without disruption. The scribe nods once, and continues his light review work. The rest of the afternoon passes slowly. Occasional scrolls. Simple confirmations. Minimal classification adjustments. There is space now between actions. Space that did not exist before. The scribe notices this space quietly. Not as emptiness, but as stability that does not require constant attention. By late afternoon, the chamber is nearly still. Work is complete for the cycle. Only final confirmations remain. The last scroll is placed, reviewed, and assigned. The scribe seals it gently, then sets it aside. He cleans his tools, as always. But now the movement feels slightly slower, more reflective in rhythm. The senior archivist stands nearby. He does not speak, but there is acknowledgement in presence alone. They leave together. The corridor outside feels more open today. Less dense. Less layered. As if the archive is resting between cycles of activity. Outside, the Nile continues its steady flow under soft evening light. Unchanged in rhythm. Unbroken in movement. And within the scribe, there is a new kind of understanding forming quietly. Not of growth. Not of change. But of equilibrium. He is part of a system that no longer always needs adjustment. Only presence. Only attention when required. And as night settles once more over the land, the archive remains in a calm state of balance. Held together not by constant correction, but by the accumulated stability of every careful hand that came before. End of part 28. Next part 29. The archive is quieter now than it has been in many cycles. Not empty. Just steady in a different way. Like a river that has finished adjusting its course and now simply continues forward without resistance. The morning light arrives softly through the high openings in the stone walls. There is no urgency in the movement of air, no hurried footsteps in the corridors. Even the usual preparation sounds feel reduced, as if the entire structure is conserving motion. The scribe enters and notices immediately that nothing is waiting for him in the usual place. No scroll stack. No assigned chamber. Only the senior archivist, standing near the central corridor. Waiting without tension. When the scribe approaches, the archivist turns slightly and begins to walk. A quiet gesture to follow. They move through familiar spaces first. Active chambers. Classification halls. Storage passages. Everything appears the same, but the purpose of the walk is not assignment today. It is review of the system in its resting state. The archivist speaks softly as they walk. The archive is entering a long stable phase. After many cycles of alignment, drift has been reduced to minimal levels. Now the focus shifts from correction to observation. The scribe listens without interruption. They pass into deeper corridors. Areas where sealed records are stored in long-term structure. The air here feels slightly cooler, as it always does. More still. More enclosed in time. The archivist pauses near a section of sealed archives. Then continues speaking. Not about tasks, but about continuity. The archive does not remain stable by itself. Even when no corrections are needed, it must still be observed. Patterns must still be confirmed. Structures must still be understood as a whole. The scribe nods quietly. They continue walking. Today, there is no writing assignment. Instead, the scribe is given a position in observation duty. A role that involves reviewing the flow of archive activity without direct intervention. He is seated in a quiet chamber overlooking multiple archive pathways. From here, he can see scribes moving through different sections. Records being handled. Systems continuing in reduced but steady motion. The feeling is different from active work. Less tactile. More observational. He watches as a small number of incoming scrolls are processed. They move through classification quickly. Almost automatically. There is no strain in the system now. Only maintenance of established order. The scribe notes this internally. Not as achievement, but as state of balance. Around midday, the senior archivist enters briefly. He does not bring documents. Only observation notes from other chambers. He places them on the table. Then stands quietly. The archive is operating within stable parameters across all monitored sections. No structural drift detected beyond expected minimal variation. He speaks this without emphasis. As something natural. Expected. Then he leaves again. The scribe continues observing. Hours pass slowly. Movement in the archive remains steady but light. No disruptions. No corrections required. He begins to notice something subtle. When systems are stable, even silence becomes structured. It has rhythm. Pattern. Predictability. The archive is not inactive. It is simply in equilibrium. By late afternoon, activity begins to taper further. Fewer scrolls move through processing. Fewer adjustments are made. The scribe remains in observation position. Still. Attentive. He is not measuring errors. He is watching continuity. How the system maintains itself when left largely undisturbed. It holds. Consistently. The senior archivist returns near the end of the day. He stands beside the scribe for a while, watching the same view. No report is requested. None is needed. Finally, he speaks softly. Observation duty will continue in future cycles. The archive is now in sustained stability phase. The meaning is simple, but significant. The system no longer requires constant correction. Only confirmation of ongoing balance. The scribe acknowledges this quietly. The day ends without transition. Only gradual reduction of movement across the archive. As he leaves the observation chamber, the corridors feel calm in a deeper way than before. Not quiet because work is finished, but quiet because work is in harmony. Outside, the Nile continues its endless, unchanged movement under the fading light. Reflecting the sky without interruption. Without effort. Without end. And within the scribe, there is a settled understanding now that does not shift anymore. he is part of a system that has reached balance. Not finality, but sustained stability across time. And as night settles once more over the land, the archive remains in its quiet equilibrium. Held steady not by action alone, but by continuous, gentle awareness of those who ensure it never drifts from its place in time. End of part 29. Next part 30. There is a stillness that feels different when it lasts long enough. At first, it is noticed. Then it becomes normal. And eventually, it becomes the background of everything else. The archive has reached that kind of stillness. The morning arrives with its usual softness. Light touching stone in slow, familiar layers. Air moving without urgency through corridors that no longer feel like they are preparing for anything sudden. The scribe enters and notices something subtle again. Not absence of work, but absence of pressure. The senior archivist is already present. But today, he is not standing with scrolls or instructions. He is standing near the central archive map wall. Observing. He does not immediately speak. He waits until the scribe joins him. Then, quietly, he gestures. This is not a day of assignment. It is a day of system-wide awareness. They walk slowly through the archive together. Not toward tasks, but through structure. Active chambers are calm. Classification rooms operate at a reduced rhythm. Storage corridors remain stable and undisturbed. Everything functions, but nothing strains. The archivist speaks softly. The archive has entered its long equilibrium phase. During this time, the role of scribes shifts again. Less correction. Less classification. More sustained awareness. The scribe listens. And understands. They move into a central observation space. A place where the entire archive can be viewed in interconnected layers. Not physically, but structurally. From here, the scribe can sense how all parts of the system interact. Incoming records. Active storage. Sealed memory. Long-term reference systems. All moving in quiet synchronization. He sits and observes. Below, small groups of scribes continue their work. Nothing urgent. Nothing disruptive. Just steady maintenance of established flow. The system feels complete in motion. Not finished, but balanced. Hours pass without noticeable change. Yet the scribe remains attentive. Not searching for errors. Only observing continuity. At one point, a minor adjustment is made in a distant chamber. A small reclassification of incoming records. It does not ripple outward. It integrates smoothly into the structure. He notices this, and recognizes it as a sign of stability. In unstable systems, small changes spread unpredictably. Here, they settle immediately. The archive has reached a level of coherence where adjustment is absorbed naturally. The senior archivist returns briefly. He stands beside the scribe for a long moment, watching the same view. Then speaks softly. The system is stable across all observed layers. Monitoring will continue, but intervention is not required. The meaning is simple, but deep. The archive is functioning without correction cycles. Only maintenance awareness remains necessary. The scribe nods slightly and returns to observation. The afternoon passes slowly. Light shifts across stone surfaces. Movement below continues in steady rhythm. No disruptions. No escalations. The scribe begins to notice something deeper now. The archive is not just stable in structure. It is stable in behavior. It responds predictably. It adjusts smoothly. It maintains its own balance with minimal input. This is not stillness of inactivity. It is stillness of perfected coordination. By late afternoon, activity begins to reduce further. Fewer scrolls enter the system. Fewer adjustments are needed. The scribe remains in place. Observing. Attentive. Calm. The senior archivist returns one final time. He does not bring reports. Only presence. He stands beside the scribe and looks outward across the archive layers. Then speaks quietly. The system will continue in this state for the foreseeable cycles. Scribes will remain as observers and maintainers of stability. No further elaboration follows. The scribe understands. This is no longer a phase of building or correction. It is a phase of continuity. The day ends gently. There is no sense of transition. Only gradual slowing of activity across the archive. As he leaves the observation chamber, the corridors feel even more balanced than before. Not quieter. Just fully aligned with themselves. Outside, the Nile continues its timeless movement under fading evening light. Reflecting the sky without interruption. Without change. Without concern for anything beyond its flow. And within the scribe, there is only calm awareness now. He is part of a system that has reached sustained equilibrium. Not static, but continuously balanced across time. And as night settles once more over the land, the archive remains in its quiet harmony, held together not by effort, but by the steady presence of those who simply ensure it stays in alignment with itself. End of Part 30. Next Part 31. In long systems that remain stable for too long, even silence begins to feel structured. Not imposed. Not forced. Just naturally organized, like it has always known how to exist this way. The archive has settled into that kind of silence now. The morning arrives without any noticeable shift in atmosphere. Light spreads across stone in the same slow rhythm. Air moves gently through corridors that no longer feel divided between urgency and rest. Everything simply continues. The scribe enters and is not met with instruction or assignment. Instead, there is waiting. A quiet readiness in the space itself, as if the system no longer needs to announce what comes next. The senior archivist stands near the central corridor again. But today, his presence is more observational than directive. He is not preparing tasks. He is observing balance. When the scribe approaches, they begin to walk together. Not toward work sections, but through the structure of the archive itself. They pass active chambers first. Scribes working in calm rhythm. Scrolls being handled with steady familiarity. No urgency anywhere in motion. The archivist speaks softly as they walk. The system is now in a phase where internal consistency has become self-sustaining. External correction is rare. Most alignment happens naturally through established structure. The scribe listens. And continues walking. They move deeper into the archive. Through classification corridors. Then storage passages. Then into sealed memory sections. Every layer feels stable. Not frozen. Just balanced in place. The archivist pauses near a junction point where multiple archive systems intersect. Here, different types of records converge. Administrative. Agricultural. Temple allocations. Long-term land structure. He gestures slightly. This is where stability is most important. Because small imbalances here could affect multiple systems at once. The scribe studies the intersection quietly. He understands this now without needing explanation. Even without active correction work, awareness of structure is still required. They continue walking. The rest of the morning is spent observing system flow. Not interfering. Just watching how each part of the archive responds to minor activity. A new set of records enters the system. They pass through classification smoothly. Then settle into appropriate storage paths. No hesitation. No disruption. The scribe notices this calm transition. It feels almost natural now. As if the archive has learned its own rhythm. By midday, they return to the observation chamber. The same elevated space overlooking multiple archive layers. From here, movement below appears steady and predictable. Scribes working in coordinated rhythm. Systems maintaining themselves with minimal adjustment. The senior archivist speaks once more. Very quietly. The archive is functioning within sustained equilibrium. Monitoring will continue, but intervention is not required unless structural deviation appears. No further explanation follows. The meaning is already understood. The scribe sits and observes. Time passes slowly, but not emptily. It feels structured even in stillness. He begins to recognize patterns in the system's stability. How small adjustments are absorbed without ripple. How corrections remain localized. How structure holds itself together across layers of time. This is not inactivity. It is self-correcting continuity. In the afternoon, activity below reduces slightly. Fewer scrolls move through processing. Fewer classification actions occur. But nothing feels incomplete. Everything feels balanced. The scribe remains in observation. Steady. Present. At one point, a minor reclassification occurs in a distant chamber. It is barely noticeable. Yet it aligns smoothly with the system. No disturbance follows. He notes it internally. As confirmation of stability, not disruption. The senior archivist returns briefly. He stands beside the scribe without speaking. Both watching the same structure below. After a long pause, he says only this. The system is holding itself correctly. Then he leaves again. The afternoon continues in quiet steadiness. No shifts. No disruptions. Only maintained flow. By late afternoon, activity begins to taper further. The archive settles deeper into calm structure. The scribe remains still. Not waiting for instruction. Not expecting change. Just observing continuity as it sustains itself. As evening approaches, the light shifts gently across stone corridors. Everything below continues in quiet order. The Nile outside reflects the fading sky once more. Still moving. Still unchanged in direction. Still carrying time forward without interruption. And within the scribe, there is a quiet recognition that has no urgency attached to it. The archive is no longer something that must be actively maintained in constant cycles. It has become something that sustains itself through accumulated stability. And as night settles once more over the land, the structure remains in its long equilibrium. Held steady not by effort in each moment, but by the continuity of countless moments that came before and quietly shaped it into balance. End of part 31. End the story. Final part. The ending. There are stories that end with a moment. A final event. A clear conclusion. But some histories do not end that way. They simply slow down, until they feel like they are no longer moving at all. The archive exists in that kind of ending. Not closed. Not finished. Just, continuing without interruption. The scribe enters one last time in the early morning. The stone corridors are familiar in a way that no longer needs recognition. Every turn already understood. Every sound already known. There are no new scrolls waiting. No assignments placed on the table. No instructions spoken. Only silence shaped by structure. The senior archivist is there. Standing, as he always has. But today, there is nothing to direct. Nothing to correct. Only presence. They walk together through the archive one final time. Not as duty. Not as task. But as observation of something that no longer needs shaping. Active chambers continue their soft movement. Scribes still maintain records. Scrolls still pass through classification. But everything feels settled now. Balanced in its own long-established rhythm. They pass deeper corridors. Storage chambers. Sealed archives. Layers of memory resting in ordered stillness. And everywhere, the same understanding is present without being spoken. The system no longer depends on individual effort in the way it once did. It is held together by continuity itself. By everything that came before. At the central observation space, they stop. Below them, the archive moves gently steady, predictable, complete in its own structure. No urgency remains anywhere. Only maintenance of flow. The senior archivist speaks softly. Not as instruction. Not as conclusion. Just truth in simple form. The archive will continue. As it has been shaped. As it has stabilized. As it has learned to sustain itself through time. The scribe listens. And does not respond. Because nothing needs to be added. He understands now what his life has been inside this place. Not a series of tasks. Not a path of advancement. But participation in something larger than memory alone. A system that holds time carefully. Not to control it, but to keep it from being lost. The morning light begins to soften further as they stand there. And for a long moment, nothing moves except the world outside. The Nile continues its quiet journey. Reflecting sky, land, and passing hours without resistance. As it always has. As it always will. The scribe looks once more across the archive. Not as something he works within. But as something he has become part of. And then, slowly, he turns away. There is no final departure. No closing ceremony. No last written line. Only the continuation of a system that no longer needs a beginning or an end to exist. The archive remains. The records remain. The structure remains. Held together by countless small moments of care that never demanded recognition. And as the day continues beyond him, the story does not stop. It simply no longer needs to be told. It is already being lived. Quietly. Steadily. Endlessly.